Ja. God morgon.
Good morning. I hope everyone had a good evening yesterday, an opportunity to participate in the different side events that we had. We have an important day today until to 1:30 when we're going to finish off, and many are going to go to the airport. The first on the item is the Force 14, the Presidium. We have two Presidium proposals and one report that we're going to be tackling, and we're going to then, as usual, end with voting. But we're going to start with 14.1, which is the Presidium proposal of a Nordic Defence and Security Commission, and I give first the floor to the Presidium's spokesperson, and that is Helge Orten, to report for the proposals. Helge, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. And thank you for excellent cooperation, because there's a broad unity on what we're going to resolve upon. The Nordic Council has been a driver to strengthen cooperation in the area of defense and security in the Nordics. And the fact that Finland and Sweden have acceded to NATO makes this easier and gives us further opportunities to go in depth. And it's also one of the main priorities in our international strategy and in the strategy of Nordic Council for community and security and society. We have a number of different Defense and Security Commission-related work. There's reports, etc., but nothing that had a mandate at Nordic level. Now we've had the opportunity to change it. The fact that NATO as a whole, the Nordics as a whole, as a member of NATO, is a key element which makes perfect sense to include in the work of a commission. Security policy analyses, the development in the Arctic, in the north of the Atlantic, and around the Baltic, how we use the total defense, how you work with cybersecurity and hybrid threats, and even better coordination of resources. So the recommendation from the Presidium is therefore that the Nordic governments appoint a Defense and Security Commission where parliamentarians are represented from all of the Nordic countries. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And now we're going to go to the other speakers from the speakers list. And the speakers have a max of 2 minutes speaking time. And starting from the M group, you have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. And from the Centre Group, we also support this proposal from the Nordic Commission. We have often said that the Nordic Council has to deepen and develop our cooperation around security policy and defense policy questions. And as this session has clearly been colored by, is that security policy is essential to us. We've discussed the Arctic region, about the Baltic Sea, and we are happy that we have for the first time a meeting in a session where all the Nordic countries also are allied in NATO. And as Helge said, we have many good reports and analyses and commissions at national levels in our countries too. But well, there's a lack of a common Nordic foundation to stand on, and that we need to build that. And it's time that we do have a common Nordic Commission with a strong parliamentary foundation and also a Nordic mandate. And I want us to support this proposal. Thank you.
And now I'd like to give the floor to Kathy Lee for the Nordic Green Left Group. Thank you, President. The Presidium in its entirety is in favor of this proposal for a commission. We have had similar proposals before that have been rejected, but now Sweden and Finland have acceded to NATO. And we also have a clear proposal for updates to the Helsinki Agreement, where defense and preparedness are included. So now everything is in order to enable us to implement this. Finally, from the Nordic Green left, we've always focused on ensuring that not everything can be about armament and weapons and arms. We need to ensure that we can defend ourselves against threats from the outside, but we need a holistic plan inclusive of civil preparedness. As many mentioned yesterday, that we need to secure the transport routes, especially along national borders, and we need to continue the work to ensure that we can transport food, other supplies, and healthcare provisions. We cannot have a situation where an ambulance will be stopped across the border suspected of narcotic smuggling because they have medicinal products, so you mustn't have to pay customs to cross a border to do your job as a professional practitioner. We need to also ensure the rights of indigenous people, and we need to ensure that the joint Nordic culture which binds us together, and that we have the capability and a willingness to defend all of these values. We propose that the Joint Commission will be placed under the Defense Minister, and we're also proposing that parliamentarians will take an active part. They will be members, and this is decisive to ensure the democratic support and ensure that the civil component is also safeguarded. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor to Brundis Haraldsdottir from the Centre Group. Chair, I will speak Icelandic. Yes, as most who are here today, I support this proposal. This is an extremely important proposal, but also a link to what we're going to talk about later, the revision of the Helsinki Agreement. And then I have to underline that we have the possibility now to work together with defense and security, and that is why Iceland decided to tackle the theme security in the Arctic in this session. It's important that we have collaboration about the Arctic region. We are very big actors. We have power players on both sides, at least on the one side, and on the other we have support. There's support of another great big state that wants to have influence in the Arctic region. And that is why the Nordics also have to cooperate in order to be a power player in this context. And that's why it's also important to accept this proposal. We have a lot of good reports. We have the Enestam report and so forth, which where this is dealt with. And we have and we need to know what to do in order to be able to cooperate better in this area. That is why we have to have increased cooperation about security and defense. And we're not just talking about our own countries and not just about defense. We're actually talking about everything that's happening, climate change in the Arctic and other aspects of this problem. Thank you.
I have no further speakers on the speakers list. Does that conclude the debate? That appears to be the case. So we're closing the debate on this item. Moving on to 14.2, which is the members' proposal to strengthen the Nordic Council's work on cross-border freedom of movement. First, I'm going to give the floor to Henrik Möller for a presentation of this proposal. 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Well, it's a little bit strange to be standing up here speaking on behalf of the Presidium and make a recommendation to not say yes to this proposal, since I am very much of the opinion that it could potentially be a good idea. However, the central part here is that the focus we have had over the past few years, as well as here during the session, has been underlined, is that We need to have popular support for Nordic cooperation, so we need to look carefully at the issues that concern people on a daily basis, and obstacles to freedom of movement across borders is one such element. So it's a good thing that we've spent so much time discussing it here at the session. And from the perspective of this assembly, there is clearly a wish that we, as well as national parliaments, put even more thorough work into this. And that's part of the recommendation to not maintain this proposal, is to recommend that the individual parliamentary committees, not just the ministers, but the committees, the permanent committees, discuss these issues so to ensure that we don't introduce new obstacles. We know that you need to be careful with the choosing your battles. And there weren't particularly many who were interested in this solution with a specific committee. So on behalf of the Presidium, I propose that we do not proceed with this otherwise excellent proposal. Thank you.
Tack för inlägget.
Thank you. And then we go to other reports from all the speakers from the speakers list. And the speakers have maximum 2 minutes. And the first speaker is Kjell Arne Ottersen from the Centre Group. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair, dear friends. The idea behind the proposal is perhaps good, but I'm happy that the Presidium has decided, taken the decision it has, or conclusions, because work with or taking down border obstacles, not bigging new ones, has to include all, go through all the work we do, and not only refer to one committee, because then the risk will be even greater that we will just continue with what I think is very bad, is that we will just have issues in the Nordic Council that have nothing to do with Nordic benefits. It's just about having some kind of own ideology behind it. And right, if it's not going to work at home, we'll just take it to the Nordic Council and see if we can go through do it. I think we should get away from that kind of thinking and think about why we're actually here. What is it that gives the Nordic Council its a raison d'être? Surely it is that we're working with dismantling the obstacles, that we make the Nordics the most sustainable region by 2030. And if we're going to do that, and this integrated area, if we can't do that, then we can't just have everything in one committee. It has to has to go through all our work. It has to be immersed in all our good, and all our politicians in the home front have to know about it. Otherwise, we'll never get to the goal. That is why I think that that the Presidium has done good work. Thank you.
Tack. Och nu giver jag ord.
Thank you. Now, Maria Stockhouse from the Conservative Group.
Og takk for det. Jeg har ikke flere navn på talerlisten.
No, well, thank you. I have no further speakers, in fact. Does that conclude the debate? That appears to be the case. We have concluded the debate on this item. Moving on to 14.3, the Presidium proposal to update the Helsinki Treaty. I would like to focus your attention on the fact that we expect many speakers under this item, and I'd like to remind you of the importance of sticking to the allotted speaking time. I'm now going to give the floor to the spokesperson for the Presidium, Brentis Haraldsdottir, to hear the presentation of this report. You have 2 minutes. Floor is yours.
I will speak Icelandic. I think that 2 minutes is far too little to go through this very important part, but we can discuss that. That could be discussed later. But, dear President, it's a very important proposal that we're working with here. We've worked on it for a whole year, and I'd like to give my thanks to the working group that has gone through this. As Anne-Katri has led, but it started with Norway had the presidency. Many have been involved in this, and I want to thank for that work. We have given results. Your results was presented at the Faroe Islands in our meeting, and I want to remind you that we proposed that the Nordic that you name the Nordic committee to work on the updating of the Helsinki Agreement, and there are many articles here: preparedness, civil security, and many new things: climate, the children and young people's rights, inclusion in Nordic collaboration, and the Nordic Youth Council. We talked about updating of articles. Also, in the agreement, I don't know if you have the document in front of you. I'm not going to go into detail, but it seems that we have been very in agreement in how to deal with these, but there's not much that gives rise to debate, but in which way we can ensure the future that our Nordic families that are participating in the Nordic Council, that they are included in the agreement. I want to repeat here that this means everything, that we have listened to Ukraine's President, Svetlana Tsikhanova. We support these people. We're together. And we also need to be together as countries in the Nordic Council. I'm going to perhaps repeat and have a few words later as well, Chair.
Innlegg fra talerlisten. Talerne.
Now we'll proceed with the speakers list, maximum of 2 minutes speaking time. And the first speaker is Henrik Möller from the S Group. You have the floor. Thank you. Rarely has a proposal meant so much, both in representatives of the government as well as the representatives here in the hall and in media. It makes me reflect on the fact that we started from a starting point where we had a report with recommendations in Tórshavn. And so we've taken, you could say, a year having lots of debates on this particular topic, a very particular topic, the role that the Faroe Islands, Greenland, and the Åland Islands would have in relation to the amendment of the Helsinki Agreement. And what's particular here is that in spite of the fact that we've spent so much time and had so many debates, we're more or less in the same place, in the same spot as we were a year ago. But at the same time, we're not entirely in the same position. The debate that we've had over the course of this past year, both in relation to foreign and security policy, and the new areas that will subsequently be included into the Helsinki Agreement, either technically or the concrete amendments proposed, and in particular the debate on Åland Islands, Faroe Islands, and Greenland, have meant that we're not in the identically same point. So even if we haven't moved very much, we are nevertheless in a place where what I heard being said yesterday from the other day from the Swedish Prime Minister was that it was a case of saying that we want to be pragmatic in this respect. So where the fronts have been very strict of what could be done or not done, now, on the other hand, it appears that the amendments we will resolve upon, and which will be recommended on, have gained support, gained traction when it comes to the individual governments. So I'm very much looking forward to the amendments in 2026 of the Helsinki Agreement. And we will certainly recommend adoption. Thank you.
And now I give the floor to Lars Christian Rask from the M Group. You have the floor. 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard Mette Fredriksson, we've heard letters from Mette Fredriksson, we've heard Ulf Kristersson, and can conclude that this is now a simple political decision. The legal aspect has to be handled, but if there is political will and a way, then there also will be a legal resolution to it. My understanding is that this all starts on the basic need that we have, that people have. We have a basic need to be seen and heard. Simply, it's very simple. It's very elemental for us, essential for us, and what needs to be done. We need there is a culture and history, geography, and that joins a group of people that want to be seen and heard. We have a vision for 2030 that we should be the most integrated region. Everything that happens here is about us all, about all of us. And it's not about us without us. And so it is correct, and it is the right course. And of course, we shall support and send it on to the Council of Ministers. And if the Council of Ministers will then find out how we can tackle the legal part of it, and then and of course, and if we manage to manage it between Denmark and the Faroe Islands back in the day, then we can also manage this legal part and be respectful. And in this aspect, for those of the new Nordic Council, we can manage it.
Nu giver jeg ordet til Ville.
Now I give the floor to Ville Väyrynen from the Conservative Group. And I would like the next person on the speakers list to be ready.
Chair, I will speak Finnish. The Conservative Group supports the Presidium's proposal for the renewal of the updating of the Helsinki Agreement. The last time, it was 30 years since it was updated. The world has changed a lot since then, geopolitically, and there's a need for updating. And the Presidium's proposal is necessary, especially in the summer 23, thanks to that group who has worked a great deal for it. And it is proposed that we should also renew certain themes which follow the changing world. And it is exemplary that also that 95% of all who have received this proposal are in agreement. And also this looks at the autonomous regions and the working group, and also the Presidium has found 2 solutions to this, and these solutions are also based on trying to promote a long-term solution. And also the national councils and the Nordic Council also says that the work has been done, and now the governments have to assess these. Now and in the future, it is important. Nordic cohesion is important. All 8 countries should be together in the decision-making and cooperation of the region, and with all of their strengths and characteristics. And also they have to cooperate on also challenging issues. It's part of democracy. The Nordic strength is cohesion, and we should stick to that in the future as well. Thank you.
Tack, och nu giver jeg ordet til.
Thank you. Now the floor goes to Lorena Delgado Varas from Nordic Green Left. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Today, we will take a historic step, and I'm very pleased that we are all united in agreeing to it. The proposal is that the agreement will be updated and that new components will be introduced so that it follows along with the times, as it were. And I'd like to comment on 2 parts of what the 2 elements in the report. Inclusion of the voice of young people, including the perspective of those who will carry our policies into the future and live with the results, the outcome of our policies. This is decisive. The voice of youth in the Nordic Council moves us into the future, moving the framework. Our young people remind us of what's important to them, giving us the direction in terms of the society they would like to live in. The work we do has never consisted of working for the now, but rather for the then, the future. That's where we find our younger generations, giving them a role which points to their responsibility. Respecting their voice is a way of securing the future for the Nordic region. Expanding the concept of parties to the agreement, having Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and the Åland Islands as full members is something which has a lot more to do than with just resolving a legal conundrum. It's about independence, being carrying your own voice, a freedom which is the basis of what we refer to as Nordic. Including the perspective of these three countries into the Nordic cooperation is a privilege which we mustn't fail to deliver upon. So from Nordic Green Left, we sincerely hope that this agreement will continue to move in the direction of change and that we need to keep up with the times in this agreement, expanding the cooperation, not jeopardizing it in any way. It's 8 countries and nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor to Juho Eerola from Nordic Freedom. You have the floor. Thank you. I have had the honor to be part of this Helsinki Agreement updating working group. The Helsinki Agreement, as has been noted, has been needed to be updated. When it was made, not many political sectors were up to date as they are today. And also, when it comes to this language, it had to be also corrected or changed. And this question is about the 3 autonomous areas changing has been challenging. The Helsinki Agreement has been between 5 sovereign states, and each country's legal position is determined by each country's constitution. But now both the Faroe Islands, Faroes and Greenland have expressed their wish to be part of the Nordic countries as Nordic Council as independent states, and to be together, all in or not at all, has been heard here many times. And it bothers me that I have a reputation, unfortunately, amongst the Faroes, as I would be against the Faroes or Greenlands. I want to underscore that this is absolutely not true. My part, and when it comes to the relationship between the Ålands and Finland, the Ålands and Finland is Ålands and Finland's internal issue, and the Faroe Islands is between the Faroes and Denmark, and has to be resolved between Denmark and its autonomous regions. And Prime Minister Mette Fredriksen's letter wished welcome the autonomous areas and also spoke like that here. But if the Constitution will allow, and if this is the case that Denmark would welcome the areas, then of course I'm sure that I would do that also. But now it is time to move this issue forward from us.
Thank you. Sandra Listerby from the M Group. Center Group. Madam President, we are faced with a decisive step to strengthen Nordic cooperation, an update of the Helsinki Agreement, which also includes the status of the Åland Islands, the Faroe Islands and Greenland, ensuring a stable, united voice from the Nordic region in these uncertain times. A Nordic added value also is provided by showing the rest of the world that all parts of the Nordic region are standing united. For Åland Islands, Faroe Islands and Greenland, the willingness to contribute to a safer, more secure Nordic future is expressed very clearly. The Arctic, preparedness around the Baltic, these are issues which impact us all and require us to work together. For the Åland delegation, it has been imperative to support the striving by Greenland and the Faroe Islands to open up the Helsinki Agreement to all 8 members. The Åland ambition of being a full member is perhaps not entirely mature as of yet, but we would like to express the support from Åland Islands to the Presidium proposal to update the Helsinki Agreement, and the proposal of an update of the status of these 3 regions or entities to the Helsinki Agreement will be transferred to the working group for continued consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll give the floor to Erling Adeskot from the Nordic Green Left. You have the floor. Thank you. You see that the difference between a camel and a politician is that a camel can work without eating or drinking, whereas a politician can eat and drink without working. I am a politician, so to take it with a pinch of salt. But well, enough said now. We have asked many times for membership for a long time. We have knocked on the door for a long time, and to deaf ears a lot of the time. But now it is two texts rather. They are not optimal. They're not quite what we would have wanted, but they are. It's progress, I think, and there's a hope in the texts. And we hope that the ministers that will take it on further from here will take us seriously, and that they will ensure that there will be an opportunity for us to have full membership. And it's important to note in this conjecture that Denmark has supported us and supports us 100% in our desire for full membership. So, dear friends, let us into the warmth now. We want to, as we want to be on an equal footing with the rest of you. Let us come in, because as the head of our government said the other day, that otherwise, either we're in or then we're not in at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Joni Ovaska from the M Group, you have the floor.
Presidentti, jag ska tala finska.
I will speak Finnish. The Helsinki Agreement is the foundation of all other agreements in the Nordics. It was recently its 20 years anniversary, and it has been added to a little over the years. But going through the text completely has never been carried out. The demands for the Helsinki Agreement and its updating and completion has increased after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In the different security situation, Nordic cooperation is now seen as even more important. The Helsinki Agreements and your updating requires also all representatives and researchers and people representing economies and young people and also veterans of Nordic society to work together. Nordic cooperation has a renaissance after the 2010 and defense work and after Nordefco in 2019 is one of the most dynamic features. A Stoltenberg report started a fundamental discussion on the Nordics' common security and a need for a common foreign policy. The vision of the Nordics as the most integrated and sustainable region has given new focus and a boost to Nordic cooperation. The Faroes and Greenland and the Åland Islands, their situations would make it necessary for us to look at their status in common cooperation. But the situation now gives us also makes us see that we have to see how much we can do. We have to take the mandate to take it up actively forwards, and this is why we have to renew it in order for the constitution of this agreement to answer for the situation today and have a bigger mandate.
Thank you, Johan Dahl from the M Group. You have the floor. And I'd like to ask the next speaker to be ready. Thank you, President. Iacta alia est. These famous words were pronounced by Julius Caesar when he crossed the Rubicon already before the birth of Christ. It marked the beginning of the civil war between Caesar and Pompey and was a crucial moment in Roman history. We know this decision. The working group has also thrown the dice for this decision. I am honored to have been part of the group. The update of the Helsinki Agreement is a historic event with many important features relevant to future cooperation in a world full of change: foreign policy, security policy, environment, green transition, future of youth and its voice at the Nordic Council, not forgetting about the future possibilities of Nordic countries to be full members of this body and with support from Denmark. The vote today and the continued work at government level is essential, is a positive and important step, and irreversible and extremely valuable for us in terms of belonging to the Nordic family. And a much better ending, hopefully, than that of Julius Caesar. We must never again have a situation where we only have 5 countries. I would like to remind you, therefore, that we very much look forward to a constructive, continued work with the commission that will be appointed by the government ministers. And I'd like to thank everyone in the working group under the leadership of Anna-Katrin for the work, and thank to Governor Hofstad, who've been working so hard and ensure that we can now progress with this process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the Nordic Youth Council. Anders Hansen, you have the floor. Thank you. Many here in this room have grown up in times of peace, and it's always been the situation for our Nordic societies. But the theme for this session is freedom and security, and that is why. It is because we now again live in uncertain times. I've talked to many of you, and I never thought that you never thought that these times would come again. But now here we are. And these uncertain times have made many international corporations have quickly shrunk, and because we need to, or have come together because we need to stand together in our democratic and have democratic values to look after democratic values. And we here in the Nordic Council, with such similar countries, such similar values, we should. But it is it's strange to think that why is it so difficult to agree on the Helsinki Agreement? In the new version, we have new chapters on defense and security policy, civil security, preparedness and the climate, children and young people's rights, border obstacles. But for me, it is all far too important that we should just let them go by. I have to make it very clear that the Nordic Youth Council's view is that we should want the Nordics to support these very important subjects. These topics are very important for future generations, and that is why we have to be together, because together we are strongest, together we can solve our problems, and together we can sign the Helsinki Agreement, all 8 countries. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Hanna-Katrin Fredriksson from the M Group. You have the floor. Thank you. I will be speaking in Icelandic.
Mittengruppen hefur lengi barist.
In the Center Group, for a long time, we've worked to ensure an update of the Helsinki Agreement. And this is why we're pleased to note how far we have come, not least when you consider the importance and significance of defense matters, foreign policy affairs. And you could have perhaps focused even more on foreign policy in the first article, but the particular weight is the emphasis is on defense and security. And in this way, we can implement many of the proposals that we can retrieve from the Stoltenberg report and other reports subsequently, so that we can safeguard peace in the Nordic countries. We also have civil contingency preparedness, matters of children and youth and their rights. This has to be made very clear in our constitution. And so it's important that the new updated amendments, also the ones relevant to digital infrastructure and media, are implemented. The way the Helsinki Agreement stands currently, it is worded in such a way that it appears to not even exist, these elements. The proposals will be implemented, it will benefit us all, and so it's unfortunate that it hasn't been possible to find a compromise in terms of how we're going to go about giving the 3 self-governing areas full membership of the Council. And we're doing all of this to strengthen our unity. We are clearly stronger if we are 8 rather than only 5. We've heard from the ministers. They've made statements, and it appears as if there is a possibility to reach unity. Thank you.
Mariana.
And then I give the floor to Marianne from the Nordic Green Left. You have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I come as a member. I became a member about 2 years ago of the Nordic Council, and I thought that I'm really glad to be a member of the Nordic Council because I thought that we were so similar and equal in our beliefs and equal possibilities. We believe in that, and that we make similar decisions, but that's why I was a little bit disappointed that we were not so similar after all, and as we have in the last year. And I wish I could speak my own language, but I can't. That's why I cannot speak Greenland, so I speak. But the last year that from the Nordic work we decided to have a working group that works and with the updating of the Helsinki Agreement and talked about in the Nordic Council, which is, and as a representative for Greenland, I have participated in the meetings that either were physical or they were either physical or online, and there were various documents and various things, reading materials, and many officials worked on these for many hours, and now we have, as a council, the possibility to say that we have completed our work with a proposal to update the Helsinki Agreement, which is extremely important, and which is extremely important items in it about security, equality, many other important issues. But I'm very glad that I've had the opportunity to participate in the negotiations of the updating and renewal of the Helsinki Agreement. And as the only Greenlandic representative, and I don't think that any other country should be different. I obviously believe that no country should be treated differently. And I have fought for the fact that the Greenland, the Faroes, and Åland can be offered full membership in the Nordic Council when Greenland can be ready for the task, and also when the Faroes feel they're up to the task, and all, and also once they've decided that they are ready for the task and for the task of taking this decision for full membership. We'd also decided to give our work to the Council of Ministers, and we hope that the Council of Ministers will work as we from the Nordic Council have worked on this, and I am proud to be chosen, or rather to have been chosen to carry out such an important work, and I thank for the good cooperation that we have had over these days, So I hope that we come to a common agreement, and I hope we can find other ways then to go forward. Thank you.
Tack. Och nu ger jag ordet.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Anna Falkenberg from the M Group. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take the floor today because I've been part of the working group for this revised proposal. I overtook the Danish seat after Annette Lind left. I was elected to the Danish parliament, but on behalf of the Faroe Islands, I have one of the two mandates for the Faroe Islands, and I'd like to take the floor to thank the Danish delegation for having appointed me. It's a very strong signal to put someone from the Faroe Islands on the working group when my colleague left. the Parliament. We've worked in a very constructive manner with good atmosphere, and the proposal contains so many other elements in addition to these amendments to the Helsinki Agreement. We want to strengthen defense and security, adding more elements of climate. And one of the things I'm most proud of, in addition to the point of Åland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands, is that we want to strengthen the component of young people. I've been part of the Nordic Cooperation for a long time, part of the work that I do, and I remember one of my very first sessions where we managed to, when we voted in favor of a proposal to work towards full membership for Greenland and the Faroe Islands, etc. And here we are today, and the discussion that we have has changed and developed so much since then. So thank you very much, all of you, for this. So I'd like to say thank you for excellent cooperation, and it is my hope that our proposal for amendments gain continued traction and support in the Council of Ministers. And I'm very happy and pleased to see that Denmark, the Faroe Islands and Greenland have been so united in this issue, showing a united front. And I hope that those of you from the other countries bring this with you, that this is exactly how the Commonwealth can work. And this is how we choose to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to Doris Jakobsson Jensen from the S Group, but also as the representative of the West Nordic Council. Thank you, Madam Chair. Greenland and the Faroes should be autonomous or independent members of the Nordic Council. That is our view. And today the Nordic Council has voted or will vote on us to be independent members of the Nordic Council in the future. And I am so very proud that this is the work we're carrying out. And together with Anne Pavieson Jensen, I have participated in a number of formal and informal meetings, and we participated in the Nordic Council's meetings, and we talked to our party political groups, and in other countries we've spoken to our colleagues in the other party groups as well, and we've spoken for Greenland and for everyone who can listen to us, and also to those who are perhaps less likely to listen to us. And so together with our Faroes colleagues and our Danish colleagues in the Nordic Council's delegation, this is the strength, the willingness to participate, and with the Faroes, Axel Johannesson stood here on Johannesson, said on Tuesday that finally either we are all in, or then are we not in at all. So luckily our collective work has had an effect for something, because something like this can only succeed if by us working together. So thank you, Marianne Jensen, or Pavieson Jensen. And to the Faroes delegation, Henrik Møller, and the rest of the Danish delegation too. To the Icelandic presidency, and not least to Mette Frederiksen, Denmark's premier, and Mette also spoke on Friday when she sent a message to her Nordic colleagues, and on Tuesday when she spoke here at the Nordic Council. And although I am proud, the work is still not done, and it is only now seriously commenced. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you. Brittis Haraldsdottir from the Conservative Group, but as we know, she is also the president of the Nordic Council. Thank you, and I'll be speaking Icelandic. I would like to thank everyone for the excellent debate that we've had here today, and I see that there is good support for the work that has been done. Myself and Godney and the Icelandic delegation, for us, this has been our major task during the course of this year. And we do appear to have a complete proposal, which we can now refer for further consideration, and we firmly believe that the ministers will take action as requested It is a very important step that we're planning to take. We've had good discussions on this important topic. We know that not all answers have been identified yet. There are some legal elements that are still outstanding concerning the Faroe Islands, Greenland, and the Åland Islands, but it has been stated that this is yet another matter that will be looked into, and if they manage to resolve those issues, we can continue along with the basis of this proposal. It's a big moment.
I don't have any further speakers on the speakers list. Are there any others who wish to have the floor? This does not seem to be the case, so at the moment, I want to thank you for a very exciting and good debate, which is of great importance for the Nordics and the Nordic Council. We have now come to the last point on this item, which is voting. And now we have 2 points, and we're going to start with 14.1, which is the Presidium's proposal on the Nordic Defence and Security Commission. Those who want to support the proposal shall press on the green button with number 1. Those who want to vote against should press the red button, number 2. And those who abstain should press the yellow button, number 3. Are you all ready to vote? Voting will commence now. We seem to have a technical issue, which we will resolve. Just a very short technical break, ladies and gentlemen.
Ser det ut til å fungere nå?
Does it seem to be working now? Lovely. And we will forge on. And now voting can commence. Has everyone voted? Yes, and now we have completed voting, and the result is 61 for the proposal. None against, and no abstentions. So this proposal has been carried. And moving on to voting on point 14.2, which is the proposal, a report on the proposal on strengthening border obstacle work for the Nordic Council. Those who want to vote for the green button, and those voting against the red button, number 2. And those of you who abstain shall press on the yellow button, number 3. Ready? Voting will commence now.
Har alle givet deres stemmer?
Has everyone voted? And voting is complete.
Er det 50? Jeg kan ikke se.
Man ser faktisk ikke helt.
And here we have
Er det 59 som sier?
Is it 59? 59 for. And no votes against and no abstentions. Oh, there was one. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see the screen. It was 1 against and no abstentions. But the proposal is carried.
Så går vi
And now moving on to the last item, to voting on item 14.3, Presidium's proposal on the updating of the Helsinki Agreement. And as before, those who want to support the proposal shall press on the green button, and those who are against the red button, number 2, and abstentions will be press the yellow button, number 3. All ready for voting. Voting will commence now. Has everyone given their votes? It seems to be the case. And voting is complete. Yes. And everyone voted for the proposal. The proposal has been carried.
Med dette erklærer jeg
With this, I conclude the item the item from the Presidium is as completed. And we are going on to item 15 for Sustainable Nordics, where we have 11 items to handle, as always. We go to, first, before we look at the items, before we go to voting. And the first to be looked at is 15.1 on the for climate changes, with threatening the Arctic region and cooperation in sustainability. And I give the floor to the committee's spokesperson, which is Emma Berginger, to report for the committee proposal. And then there's a spokesperson for the reservation. You have the floor, Emma. You have the floor.
2 minutter.
2 minutes.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. Arctic is one of the areas which is most vulnerable in relation to climate change. Ice melting impacting biodiversity in local communities, as well as sea levels and global patterns in terms of the environment. Cooperation between the countries and different players is necessary to protect this unique area, to develop and also develop good strategies for the future use of resources. Arctic has great natural resources, and it needs to survive. A sustainable development will ensure that the use of fishery resources and mining will be done in such a way that it protects biodiversity. There are a lot of natural resources such as oil and minerals and gas that many countries are interested in exploring, and it is necessary to ensure that any exploration of the resources is carried out in a sustainable and fair way, which will benefit both the indigenous peoples of the Arctic region and the world economy to benefit without leading to conflict. Arctic communities are reliant on the resources of nature for their way of life. Cooperation with governments, business community, and involving local communities is necessary, as well as civil society and the youth, to develop policies which will protect their way of life and promote sustainable development. And what's happening in the Arctic region impacts the entire world, especially due to climate change and changes to the sea and cooperation between countries and organizations can improve the possibility to achieve effective global solutions and major climate initiatives for sustainability also in other parts of the world. So the committee proposes that we recommend to the Council of Ministers that in the IMO and other relevant international organizations we work to strengthen environmental restrictions and marine pollution rules, as well as propose a framework program for the monitoring to protect the Arctic sea areas against pollution and encourage fisheries and maritime industries to take part and be involved in marine research to provide equipment and facilities necessary for the ability to promote sustainable development. Consider the voice of indigenous people, local communities, and young people when making major decisions, and have impact assessments for this purposes. Thank you.
Ja. Tack för inlägget. Jag giver
Thank you, and I now give the floor to the spokesperson for the reservation, and it is Staffan Eckler from Nordic Freedom. You have 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Chair. In Nordic Freedom, we have made a reservation, and as you can see, it is almost completely the same. We support the ambitions about having more environmental demands in the Arctic, for example, when it comes to emissions of also soot particles, which can have negative effects, and we also support the encouragement the commercial actors should contribute to research in the Arctic, and this is just the third paragraph, which is about that more should be able to, more people should be listened to, and it makes big decisions, and also local populations can also influence decisions because they could have consequences for them, and also I have to also take into account consequences for people, and. We think that our little change could make it more inclusive, and Nordic Freedom we're trying again to make it more inclusive. Those people who are more influenced without the outside, it's not just the young. It's about young people. It's unclear who is young. Nordic Freedom says that otherwise we have to keep it to those who are affected, which is the local people, including Arctic and indigenous local people, or make it broaden it to more people and say the citizens' voices should be heard instead. It's good that we don't forget young people and indigenous people that can be part of those who are affected, and it's relevant then to mention them. But we think that the fourth paragraph should say that local societies, including young people and indigenous people's voices, should be taken into account in big decisions. Inclusive should not be exclusive. All in local society should be accounted for, and no one should have a better position than anybody else.
Det ligger en här, sån här. Är det din? Ja.
Tack för inlägget.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's now move on to the speakers list. And you have 2 minutes each. First speaker out is Johan Andersson from the S Group. You have the floor.
Kära nordiska vänner.
Thank you very much, dear Nordic friends. The climate changes does not affect everyone equally. The Arctic, the temperatures go up 4 times faster than anywhere else in the world. When the sea ices disappear in the seas, it affects the lifestyles for Arctic people. Their opportunities to fish and hunt also diminish, and the erosion increases, and the melting permafrost also destroys buildings and can also cause tsunamis. This has also cost people's lives in Greenland. Climate changes also means new opportunities, but these opportunities seldom benefit the Arctic peoples. More seafaring through Arctic risks to cause even more damage through emissions of soot particles and other emissions, and overfishing risks to also undermine livelihoods for traditional Arctic peoples. This proposal says that we should have more environmental regulation and controls. It says that one should have to develop fisheries industry and also to include new people, local peoples and indigenous peoples in bigger decisions that affect their lives and their lands. That is why the Social Democratic Group supports the committee's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to Lorena Delgado Varos from Nordic Green Left. You have the floor.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you. From the Nordic Green Left, we support the proposal. And let me just say that in these restless times, it feels that we sometimes don't think about the climate issues, even though it is the most pressing of our issues. We talk about security in the Arctic, and this security pertains in particular when it comes to climate change. Just ask our friends who live with it daily when they see how nature changes and how they have to adapt the future's infrastructure for coming crises. We have to collaborate over borders in a concrete way, but also over generations as well. Changes happen 3 to 4 times faster in the Arctic region. If we wait, it's going to be even faster. It's an area that is threatened by climate change, exploitation, and pollution. The threats come from temperature changes that move the ices further in, and this also follows sort of industry fishing that destroys the seabeds. This entails that this spreads even more, and which is why that all take responsibility, and that is what the proposal entails. I am actually an engineer, and part of my work, we have a team, and in that team, those who are responsible for the crisis be involved, those who are affected by a crisis be there, and those who have the know-how to resolve it have to be there. That's how we solve things, and that's how we do things quickly. So together with people who are affected, in particular by crises, or rather climate changes, with young people, with indigenous people and local populations, and those people who have tools, we can with them resolve the climate crisis. We need all these perspectives to be able to do an effective work, but the work has to happen now. Thank you.
Tack, och nu giver jag ordet.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Nordic Youth Council.
Varsågod.
Klimaforandringene ikke.
The climate changes are no longer just a threat on paper. We can see it in front of us. And this is particularly relevant in the Arctic, where the climate changes are melting the ice 4 times faster than globally, and this leads to more resources are being changed. The geopolitical situation is also changed, and this will have a big impact on people who live and work there. It's our common responsibility in the Nordic region to take care of this unique area and protect us against these consequences. And that was what we were thinking of when a group of youth wrote this resolution at Utøya last summer. There is no simple solution for this problem, but it is obvious that those who live and work in the Arctic have a particular knowledge of the environment in this area, and they are also directly affected by the changes. The indigenous peoples are those who are directly affected, and the young people have to live in a world marked by these changes. We've heard about a reservation here. It might seem minor, but it is important. It is a wish to take away the obligation to listen to indigenous people and young people and change it by a vague idea called the local populations. This is not tenable. It's the indigenous peoples that feel the consequences, and the youth need to live with this. We are against this resolution. We need an Arctic policy that is inclusive, fair, and sustainable. It's more than word. It's action that expresses the ideas of the Nordic region, and we have to make sure that everyone is heard and has a voice. Thank you very much.
And I have no further names on the speakers list. Is the debate thus concluded? Stefan Etlöf has a rejoinder from Nordic Freedom. Rejoinder?
Du må vente. Ja, vær så god, vær så god.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair. As our reservation was not taken on board in a positive way, I want to have rejoined the reservation, which one can vote on or vote on, is about that all who are affected should be part of the decision. It's about the Arctic, then it's about the Arctic indigenous peoples, it's young people in the Arctic, and everyone who lives there or here. We cannot take anyone away, exclude anyone. We have to include everyone, and I maintain that we've been in the situation before that we've left out some group which has been important earlier. It was based on how much as tax you pay to society. Then you had more power to make decisions. But about 100 years ago, it was that everyone should be included equally. One person, one vote, and no privileges, and no one should be left behind. Thank you.
Men det jo sånn at
But everyone should be equal in a democracy. But unfortunately, that's not the case today. And we see that young people and indigenous peoples are underrepresented. And it's been like that for a long time, which is why it is important to name these groups specifically in the resolution, because that will guarantee that they will also be included in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. But now I have no further names on the list, so can I say that the debate has now been concluded? And this seems to be the case. This has been concluded. The next item is point 15.2, which is the report on the consideration of the proposal of the moratorium on mining in deep sea beds, and this is the reservation also, and I give first the vote to the spokesperson, and that is Emma Berginger, to speak, and then the speaker for the reservation and for the reservation. But you have the floor, Emma.
Djuphavet hem för några av de mest ovanliga livsformerna.
The deep sea is one of the most unusual areas of the world, and many of its species have not even been charted. And despite technical, then a lot of these species have, a lot of the areas not have been studied. Only about 5% of the bottom of the sea has been charted. There are still big possibilities also to get a better understanding of our planet. And through allowing mining in the seas without understanding of this, one can cause irreparable damage to species and long-term economical also losses for industries, fisheries, and so forth that need to have healthy seas. And also, this is going to also free carbon dioxide from the bottom of the sea and also affect also the sea's ability to function as sinks, as carbon sinks. And also there will be a lot of destruction of habitats where some species may never recover. And of course, in accordance with international, as the UNCLOS, also with the UN rules, then also that one has to look at these potential damage that can cause. And in January, the Norwegian government said yes to mining in a lot of their seas waters, which has caused a lot of international concern. And this decision is contrast to the growing international feelings against this kind of mining. Sweden, Denmark, and Finland have agreed to the international moratorium against this kind of sea mining. And together with a growing group of EU member countries who want to put a stop to this kind of mining until there's enough knowledge about this, what they can do to the environment. But we should not destroy these unique habitats, and that is why the committee wants to decide that we should decide to recommend that the Nordic governments will have a moratorium against this deep sea mining until the environmental, social, and economic consequences are completely looked at properly.
Thank you for this presentation. I now give the floor to the spokesperson for the reservation, Staffan Eklöf from Nordic Freedom. You have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Fru ordförande.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This proposal is about mining, but it is a complex issue. The proposal that a moratorium should be in place until the environmental, social, and economic consequences not are cleared is very unclear as to when these criteria have been filled so that this moratorium could be in place. In particular, and this is some kind of activity which is not yet in place, and the consequences make a difference or describe how it should be done, what should be done, and so forth, and that will change over time. Nordic Freedom feels that the Swedish, Danish, and Finnish governments that their attitude is sensible. That instead, one should say there should be a functioning legislation in place, as the consequences of the mining, of the deep sea mining, will depends on how it is carried out. Then one must look at it from a case-to-case basis and look at how clearer legislation than a general moratorium. And then you can ensure that the regulation will be proportional and also more clear. We wanted the item to say that to introduce a preventative pause for deep sea mining on international waters until the rules which give a strong protection for maritime environments that takes into account the unclarities that are there is in place, in order for this to be steered by common rules. Until then international negotiations on this issue can be about standards in environmental legislation and common risk assessments. So we vote for the reservation. Thank you.
Tack för inlägget. Vi går.
Thank you for that. Let's move on to the speakers list. And the speakers have a maximum 2 minutes for the speeches. First one out is Tove Elise Malland from the S Group. And the next one should be ready to go onto the rostrum. You have the floor first. Thank you very much, President. I would like to give an account of how Norwegians, or the majority of Norwegians, at least in the S Group, will vote in this case. In order to change the direction, we need a green transition, and we need minerals for this transition. In Norway, we want to look into whether it could be best to exploit some minerals from the seabed instead of onshore. A majority of the Norwegian parliament has accepted this principle. And this does not mean that we have made a decision or a final decision that we are going to do this, but it means that we want to look into the matter and get more knowledge before we take a decision. And this is why the S Group today will be divided in the vote. The members of the S Group will vote like they have done in the local parliaments, which means that the Norwegians will vote no to this proposal, and then support the vote that we had in our own national parliament. Thank you. I now give the floor to Helge Orten from the K Group. Thank you, President. I also would like to tell you how I will vote in this matter as Norwegian representative and a member of the majority in the Norwegian Parliament. From our side, just like my colleague Madeleine said, we are positive. We are in favor of exploiting minerals from the seabed, but this needs to be done in an adequate way, and we need to have an impact analysis before we can give authorization to this. We have not given green light for this exploitation, but we are looking into the possibility, which is why I'm not in favor of a moratorium, and we will vote against. And when it comes to the voting, we do not to vote in favor of the reservation, so I don't know if we have to vote against both these proposals. So my question is, do we need to abstain, or do we have the possibility to vote differently on the proposal and the reservation?
Ja, nu
Now I give the floor to Mariana Haviosen Jensen from the Nordic Green Left. You have the floor. Thank you. I'm happy that we in the Nordic Green Left are also in agreement about this, and thank you for this very good proposal from the Nordic Green Left. We, of course, support the proposal, and we do that because we think that we should not destroy more than we already have on this planet, and we shouldn't put mines in the sea. We have a lot of destruction in the land which cannot be corrected because often people have destroyed areas, and there are areas. There are a lot of other mining on the top of the land, and we don't need to mine the seabed. And we have fisheries, and we have. There are many countries that earn money from the fish that we sell. There is not need for deep seabed mining today. In today's modern world, we have more than enough that we need, and we live from the sea, we fish, we hunt, and from the Greenland we are extra worried about Norway's plans for deep sea mining, because we can imagine that this has enormous consequences also for our waters, and we cannot see that we don't think that Norway should have this kind of plan that Norway has for the seas. We have climate change. We want these to be diminished and stopped, and the last we need is to have more destruction of land and seas. Our seas, the Arctic Sea, is unique and is under pressure. Our richness is under the waters, and we have a responsibility a responsibility of those people that come after us, so that they can have the seas and such a richness as we have in the seas. We should not destroy it, and we have a responsibility to build up and not destroy, and I hope that that there will be no deep sea mining in our vulnerable Arctic seas. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the Youth Council. You have the floor. Know that we are discussing an issue that's not about our countries, but the whole planet. The sea is the origin of our life on planet. It covers 70% of the surface of the Earth. It's very important when we are combating climate changes. But now we have a new threat, the deep sea mining. And in Norway, we say that we need these minerals for our electric batteries and the green transition. But we have to be very clear. Deep sea mining is not only about saving the environment and green transition. It's also a question of profit and using and exploiting the ecosystems that we have without knowing the real consequences of this. We know that the damages can be enormous. More than 600 scientists have said that deep sea mining can destroy biodiversity, reduce the sea's ability to capture CO2, and that is why we need a complete moratorium on deep sea mining, and not just stop it until we have a non-satisfactory legislation on this. Without knowing the consequences, we should not have one single platform starting this activity. We have to say very clearly that we refuse to let greed dictate our future. Thank you for your attention.
And now I give the floor to Emma Berginger from the M Group. You have the floor.
Tack. Jag vill
Thank you. I wanted to answer some of the issues that have come up in the debate. We had a constructive discussion in the committee, but as we have noted in the debate, there are members who will vote against this proposal in various ways. I want to underscore that this is a very serious issue that is not just about the Nordics. The proposal in itself, it's actually about a moratorium in international waters. It's a global moratorium that we are after, as we do not have the knowledge that we can, in a risk-free way, actually carry out these things. Before we risk having large and serious consequences, we should, in the Nordics and globally, we should have knowledge, and that's why the only responsible thing to do is to have a moratorium. Thank you.
And now I give the floor to Heidi Greni. Oh, you asked for a rejoiner. Yes, there's a rejoiner there.
Det är replik från
Rejoiner from Stefan Eklöf, Nordic Freedom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that a moratorium has the weakness that you don't know when you know enough. We have little knowledge. I agree with that. But when do we have enough knowledge in order to get rid of the moratorium? We don't know now. In the proposal, it is difficult to specify. And it's always going to be voices to say that we don't know enough. Right. You can have demands on legislation and so on, and you can also address these issues in that way. But in the end, it can result in the fact that you accept certain practices, but don't accept others. This is it's technology will develop. There may be methods which are more or less do not cause destruction damage. But the regulation. There's expression of a lot of care, and it takes by case basis, and it works well, and there's no risk for EU's environment according to the legislation that we already have in place.
Varsågod, Emma.
You have the floor, Emma. I think that Stefan expresses this good himself. When do you know that you know enough? Well, when you have the knowledge that is necessary in order to take responsible decisions. And you cannot put a date or a framework for this. It's about research, and research takes time. But what we approve today is to accept deep-sea mining, and this can have irreversible consequences, and that will affect both the situation locally and globally. So what is responsible to do today is to vote in favor of a moratorium in order to stop deep-sea mining. 5%, only 5% of the seabed has been charted. We do not know what species live in this environment. We do not know what the consequences are. That is why we need to introduce an international moratorium, or a moratorium in international sea.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Heidi Greni from the M Group.
Tack för ordet, fru president.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to say that the Centre Party in Norway wants to vote against both the proposal but also the reservation that has been presented. And the reason is the same that Madeleine and Orton has presented. I will not repeat what they said. But we do hope that we will have a vote that makes it possible for us to vote against both the reservation and the proposal. The Norwegian decision to on seabed minerals do not mean that we will not take into consideration the climate the nature. This will happen in very controlled forms, and we will take into consideration the climate and the nature. This is our first priority. But the world needs minerals, and we need to look into the possibility to get these from the seabed. But like I said, I hope we will be able to vote in a manner that makes it possible for us to vote against both the reservation and also the proposal that has been presented.
Jeg har ikke flere navn på
I have no more names on the list of speakers. Can we consider that this item is closed? That seems to be the case, so I declare this item for concluded. We will move on to item 15.3, consideration on members' proposal on transparency about fossil resources. I first give the floor to the spokespersons for the committee, who is Karin Gårdsteff, and she will present the consideration. You have 2 minutes to do this.
Værsgo, Karin.
Tak for det, fru præsident.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are still using too many fossil fuels, despite all the efforts to stop the climate crisis. We do see that the reduction of fossil fuels are too slow at all levels. In order to accelerate the transition from fossil fuels to other forms of energy, it's important that the decision makers have detailed information both about access and planned extraction of fossil fuels, both in the Nordic region but also globally. Transparency is decisive in order to measure and trace the extract of greenhouse gases from fossil fuels. This is important for us in order to reach national and international climate goals like the Paris Agreement. Without such clear information, it can be very difficult to monitor if we see progression in the reduction of fossil fuels. Transparency is important in order to make authorities and businesses accountable for the use of fossil fuels. And it's important to know how much we use of this and what the consequences are for the nature or the environment. And this is important in order to make them accountable for what they do. This is important for both you and me, and it's also important for investors to take decisions on informed information. If the consumers have information on this, they can choose more sustainable alternatives, and businesses can focus on climate-friendly and sustainable investments. Many businesses claim that they are sustainable, but they still are very dependent on fossil fuels. Transparency will show whether the businesses have been able to reduce their dependency on fossil fuels or if they are into some kind of greenwashing without any improvements for the environment. Clear and open information about the use of fossil fuels will help politicians in order to have more efficient strategies for a green transition in the society. So we will propose that we recommend this proposal to the Nordic Council.
Thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to Emma Berginger from the M Group.
Tack, fru president.
Thank you, Madam President. The Centre Group is of the opinion that openness and transparency are part of the core values in the Nordics. And therefore, it would make perfect sense to apply them to a greater extent also in the area of the climate. We're not working as rapidly as we need to. The awareness and knowledge on the exploration and use of fossil fuels, knowing more about these issues would enable us to work more efficiently in the area of climate work. So we would like to have more reporting on exploration and use of fossil fuels. We'd like to take part in more international initiatives to standardize reporting on exploration and use of fossil fuels. This is how we build a holistic approach with a knowledge base on the impact on climate change of the use of fossil fuels. We mustn't forget that Nordic is an important participant here. The climate transition in the Nordic project has built a knowledge basis and contributed to conveying Nordic experiences internationally. However, Norway and Iceland are not yet members of the Global Climate Alliance Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. This would show a unified message from the Nordic region. We're in favor of this report, but we would have preferred an even clearer approach taken in the report. Thank you.
Jeg har ikke flere navn på.
I have no more names on the speakers list. Can I consider that this item is concluded? That seems to be the case. I hereby declare that this item is concluded. Let's move on to item 15.4, consideration of members' proposal on Nordic cooperation on offshore wind power in the Baltic Sea. I first give the floor to the spokesperson of the committee, Stefan Eklöf, and he will present this consideration. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the committee, and this is a proposal where we agree sufficiently in the committee on the major approach to be able to reach consensus. There's great need for fossil-free energy and major ambitions to expand offshore wind power. In order to ensure that such an expansion works in an optimal manner, we may need cooperation within the Nordic region and potentially with the Baltic state. An overarching plan for energy production and transport within the Nordic region could be beneficial. If you develop offshore wind power projects jointly, the Nordic countries can avail themselves of economies of scales to reduce the fixed costs for infrastructure such as cable links to shore, technology and maintenance, making offshore wind power projects more financially attractive and profitable for the stakeholders involved, both companies and countries. And a cooperation may also facilitate considerations of environmental nature. Efforts should also be made to protect important cables for energy and data transfer against sabotage in the new security environment in which we live. Cooperation here would facilitate this task. This is why the Committee for a Sustainable Nordic Region would like to propose that we do a mapping of optimal locations for offshore wind power projects across national boundaries, building redundant cable connections for offshore wind power projects, ensure monitoring to avoid sabotage for offshore wind power projects, and to invite the Baltic countries into the work of shaping a joint overarching plan for energy production and transport within the Baltic Sea region. Thank you.
Thank you. And now give the floor to Johan Andersen from the S Group. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear Nordic friends, this question is very important. As we can see, not least from the discussion in the committee yesterday with our Nordic energy ministers under the leadership of the Icelandic minister, we have much more to do in the Nordic region in order to improve the construction and use of wind power offshore. And we see that we will move the production from big central plants to smaller installation. But unfortunately, we see that the security situation means that the energy production becomes more exposed to foreign powers. It's possible for foreign power to stop complete installation offshore by cutting off the electricity onshore to the onshore supply. And it is possible for us to establish redundant cables that will connect this wind power park to different countries and also lead the energy to where it is most needed. Unfortunately, the sun is not always shining in our countries. The wind does not blow either. But if we interconnect our cables, there is a bigger possibility to move the green energy to where it is most needed. Be it to the Baltic Sea or our Baltic friends. So the Social Democratic Group hopes for strong support for this proposal. Thank you.
Tack, och nu ger vi...
Thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to Emma Weckinger from the M Group. You have the floor.
Tack, fru president.
Thank you, President. The Centre Group has previously taken the initiative to make the Nordic region a leading region in the area offshore of wind power. But we need to understand at the same time that the Baltic Sea is one of the most polluted seas in the world and currently one of the areas most at risk for hybrid influence by Russia. In this context, we decision makers need to resolve on how we can make best use of the Baltic Sea area to become less dependent on Russia's fuels, but also of fossil fuels generally. In this highly sensitive ocean environment, this cannot be done at the expense of nature, and so we need to locate the best optimal locations for offshore wind power. These are long-term obstacles, these wind parks, for some species, and it impacts both ecosystems and the transportation routes. So we need to ensure that we find locations that are acceptable for decades into the future. We need to also ensure that we accomplish the redundant cable connections that are needed to fully benefit from the energy obtained in offshore wind power. This is why this is an important proposal, and it's a clear indication to the Swedish government, who've withdrawn the funding of cables from offshore wind power projects. The Centre Group are in favor of this proposal being considered hastily at national levels. Thank you.
Tack, och nu ger jag ordet.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Johan Budberg from the K Group.
Tack, fru president. Ja, men det finns...
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are absolutely very good intentions behind this proposal, especially those who are speaking of the security aspect here with the cables connecting these wind parks to onshore supply. But we will vote no to this proposal. We do not think this is unproblematic that the Nordic Council unilaterally wants to insist on one kind of energy and one sea for this initiative. The most important reason for our no is that we mean that a lot of work is ongoing already today in line with this proposal. For 15 years ago, there was established a cooperation between the responsible operators for the Swedish distribution network, Baltic Offshore Grid Initiative. We also have a cooperation on Baltic Sea issues. We have a cooperation on Baltic Sea issues should take place, especially where all or most of the Baltic Sea countries are members. That's not the case in the Nordic Council, but in EU. Countries which have a coastline with with the Baltic Sea has joined the declaration on this. And President, Chair, I ask myself what the meaning behind this proposal is, and that's why our Conservative group will vote against the proposal.
Thank you. I have no further requests for the floor. Can we thereby conclude the debate under this item? Thank you. Debate is closed.
Vi går vidare.
Moving on to 15.5, which is a consideration of members' proposal on the export of wastewater in the Nordic region. And first, the floor to the spokesperson for the committee, Tove Lise-Marland, to present this report. You have 2 minutes.
Thank Madam Chair. I speak on behalf of the committee. The Nordic region is surrounded by sea. It's been a very important transport route for food for a long time. To defend and protect life in the sea is important for us all. But the ecosystems in the sea are under great pressure because of overfishing, pollution from agriculture, supply of hazardous substances, and climate change. Despite the fact that all the Nordic countries are members of the Basel Convention, an international environmental agreement, there are examples of export and import of wastewater, where the exporters and importers are not securing this adequately. This has consequences for the sea environment and for human beings, because you can also get cancer and see changes in the genetic material with people. So we have common responsibilities to secure a sound and healthy marine environment for us and for future generations. We also want to have a better control and monitoring of this discharge of wastewater, and we need methods and procedures to treat these hazardous wastewater. And we recommend the Nordic governments to introduce stricter national rules for the export of hazardous waste and protect marine ecosystems in order to improve regulations and inspections of facilities that receive this wastewater containing chemicals and hazardous waste.
Thank you. We will proceed in the speakers list. And the next speaker is Gerti Gottlieb from Nordic Green Left. Thank you very much. I'd like to underline how important it is with a proposal such as this one. In Denmark, we have an example of importing wastewater from Norway. That's excellent for Norway because they get to ship off their wastewater, but it is not good for Denmark, where this is then released into Danish waters. But we're using a specific technology which is used to treat the water, but it means that when we import many hectoliters of wastewater, we end up with only a small glass. It's 1/1,000,000th or so of clean water. So in reality, we're only sending wastewater across the country. It's not acceptable, so we need to put the limelight on these issues. The example from Denmark is not good. It's not really good for neither Norway nor Denmark nor the Nordic region, but it's used for profit purposes. This is why this is an important proposal.
Thank you. I have no more names on the speakers list. Can I consider this discussion for concluded? Yes, that seems to be the case. So the discussion is closed. We move on to item 15.6, consideration of common principles for Nordic producers' responsibility for textiles. I first give the floor to the spokesperson of the committee, Teitur Einarsson, and he will present this consideration. You have 2 minutes. Thank you, President. And dear Nordic friends, I will make my presentation in Icelandic. I will hereby present a consideration on joint principles for Nordic producers of textiles. And there are different aspects here. We have the fashion and textile industry in the world are the ones that consumes the most natural resources. The industry is energy consumption, a very high energy consumption, and it is number T when it comes to the use of water in the world, this fashion industry, and is responsible for the 8 to 10% of CO2 emissions. In the Nordic region, our textile production is above the global average. So we need to insist that we must have an environmentally friendly textile industry. We've worked together within the Nordic Textile Collaboration, where we've tried to extend the life cycle, the lifespan of the textiles, and also try to develop the digital industry within fashion and textile. And it's important for us to focus on the Nordic fashion and textile industry. We present a joint proposal for the textile production. We say that we want a compulsory rule here as long as when we get an EU regulation here.
And we'll continue with the speakers list with a speaking time of 2 minutes each. Åse Karlsson from the S group first. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. The Social Democratic Group in the Nordic Council backs this proposal that the governments in the Nordic region should introduce joint principles for Nordic producers' responsibility for textiles. Nordic countries for many years have focused on building a sustainable textiles industry, and in this proposal we see that the Nordic region continues to be a frontrunner in this matter. From the Social Democratic Group, we are generally in favor of the principle of a polluter being responsible for the pollution. And when we can agree on shared principles for textile producers, we're able to lay a better foundation for circular use of textiles in the Nordic region. And we can reduce the overall impact on the environment, and we can also support sustainable production of high-quality textiles in the Nordic region. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll give the floor to Anna-Kristine Lindestad from the K Group. You have the floor. Madam Chair, together we'll create a safe and sustainable Nordic region. And we're happy that all of the committee is backing our 6 principles for our joint future. A society where we use and throw away things is not sustainable, and the global textile production doubled between 2000 and 2015. And we also see that it will grow towards 2050. The UN has also pointed to the textile industry as one of the most polluting industries in the world, high energy consumption, use of water and lands. It represents 8 to 10% of the total global greenhouse gas emissions. The Nordic Council of Ministers presented an analysis which showed that the Nordic consumers' consumption of clothing is much higher than elsewhere in the world. And it varied between 13.5 to 16 kilo. This corresponds to 26 to 28 clothes per inhabitant per year. the contribution to reduce this enormous production is exported out of the Nordic region each year, and it contributes to the pollution pyramid, and we need to insist on the fact that the polluter should pay for this. We back this proposal, and we think that we have to do more, each and one of us. Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Marianne Paulsen Jensen from Nordic Green Left. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. Thank you for this proposal. The proposal is all about ensuring that garments that are produced are used for a longer time. And there are, unfortunately, also cases of unused clothes being burnt. As we see in this proposal, too much clothes are being produced. They are only used a very few times by people, or are never even sold, and then have to be destroyed. This is an untenable situation. We have to all work to resolve this matter. We have problems with our climate already, and we're also saying that we need to open up for more mining in our oceans. We want to save the world through the use of green energy, but we're not seeing the overall picture when it comes to consumption of food, of garments. We're happy to announce that we in the Nordic region are in the forefront, and we're usually proud of all the things we do to save the world. We're all contributing to ruining. We do this jointly and individually. We need to bear in mind the coming generations. We want them to be able to live in a world where we have pulled our forces to take action. We need to be able to agree on initiatives to change the way we live. Think twice before you buy clothes for yourself or your loved ones. Consider the amount of energy needed to produce the most recent clothes and fashions, and consider once again if you really need the clothes that you would like to buy. And ensure that producers take some of the responsibility to save the world we live in. And as quickly as possible, let's ensure that we put legislation in place to reduce the production of unwanted, unneeded garments. And anything that is produced should be sustainable, however. And let all of this be part of the proposal. We would like guidelines for the fashion garments. We from the Nordic Green Left are 100% in favor of this proposal, and we would like to have a set of rules in place as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the floor to Emma Berginger from the M Group.
Tack, fru president.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Textiles and other consumer products are increasing. Fast and ultra fashion has increased the consumption of clothes, and means also that too many clothes are thrown away. But this is not concluded by CBAM, the EU's carbon tax that is something that is applied to cement and to steel. But it has a big impact, this industry. It uses a lot of energy, water resources, and the global textile production has doubled from 58 million tons in 2000 to the double in 2015. The Center Group wanted to introduce common rules for Nordic textile producers. And I'll also make an appeal to all of us sitting here, because we also have a responsibility, because we might also buy too many clothes that we really need. So think over this. How many times have you used your jacket? Is it possible to buy a used jacket? I've done that, and I also have a hole in my pants, but it doesn't show, so it's not uncomfortable. So I use them once more before I'm going to buy a new pair. Thank you very much.
Ordet til Stefan Eklöf fra
Stefan Eklöf has the floor now as our next speaker. Thank you, Chair. Nordic Freedom also supports this proposal. It's important that we are responsible for our own footprint. Let me also indicate that this suit is made from plastic bottles. It's nice looking, wouldn't you say? And I just want to add that the development of technology, that's good stuff. Thank you.
Takk. Og jeg har ikke flere.
Thank you. I have no further speakers on my speakers list. Does that conclude the debate? Yes, that appears to be the case. We hereby conclude the debate on this item. Moving on to item 15.7, which is a committee proposal on a green tax reform and climate policy for the future. And I'd like to give the floor to the representative for the committee to present the committee proposal. You have 2 minutes. We are at a turning point, and we have to transition to a sustainable future, not just for ourselves, but for future generation. And someone has to shoulder the responsibility, not individuals, rather those who actually pollute. And this is why we in the Youth Council have drafted this resolution that the committee is now considering. It's based on 2 main principles: that the polluter should pay, and that the extra funds from emissions taxes should be used towards green technology and green transition. This resolution is not just necessary to achieve the climate targets, but it's a model where we can balance economic and environmental responsibility, asking both individuals and companies to find alternatives. But as a society, we need to also pool our forces to focus on rewarding what's environmental and green to try and justify the right choices. It's understandable to be skeptic towards tax increases, but with support we can achieve this, and surveys show that people are prepared to make changes even if it means higher taxes or other changes. Because many people noted that we need a greater financial investment to combat climate change, even though when it means higher taxes. This resolution is about showing the way forward. The committee finds that the Nordic governments could go together for a joint ambitious greenhouse gas taxation to strengthen the principle of polluters to pay in favor of the Nordic environmental situation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We now go to other presentations or other speakers from the list, and speakers have maximum 2 minutes. The first speaker is Karin Gosset from the S Group. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. The proposal is worked on the background of a resolution from the Youth Nordic Council and from the Social Democratic Group. We will thank you for your very good work. It is easy to ask for change, but it's difficult to find the solutions that can work in the real world. The proposal is a balanced one, and the increased taxation will be go back to business and industrial life, and the support technology, innovation, and green alternatives and businesses. For business as usual. In the Social Democrats, we have always historically fought for improvements for ordinary people to be able to compete in the short and long term. And when we set proper frameworks for it, then we can go this in a beneficial direction. That is why we support this good proposal.
And
thank you. Now I give the floor to Emma Berging from the M Group.
Tack så mycket, fru president.
Thank you, Chair. Taxes and financial measures are important to drive a climate transition. It's an important principle that the polluter should pay. Taxes and other such measures enable us to collect the money we need to stimulate investments. So we in my group are in favor of this proposal from the Youth Council, and we will be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Tack. Och nu ger jag ordet till...
Thank you, and I give the floor to Martin Pasi from the Center Group.
Och jag kommer att tala.
And I'm going to speak Moomin Troll Swedish. Madam Chair, the Conservative Group feels that the proposal about a common tax is problematic, as the taxation is a national issue which every Nordic country should decide on itself. It is the individual countries to form their own policy and adapt taxation according to their own economic and social conditions. And this, of course, these conditions are different in our Nordic countries. That is why the Conservative Group is against this proposal. We are positive to strengthen the polluter pays principle, and we see this as a more effective way to go about things, and to strengthen the Nordic nations' green transition. And I can also note that it could be worthwhile to find out whether one could tax also products and services effect on the environment by the manufacturers and producers, and then try to have perhaps an effect on prices if a service would be more expensive, and that would also steer producers to cheaper and thereby more environmentally friendly alternatives. Thank you.
Tack. Och nu ger jag ordet till ÖN.
Thank you. The Youth Council. I'm going to be speaking Moomin Troll Finnish.
Puhemies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Nordic countries, the negative effects also are these kind of taxations have a good effect in, for example, tobacco products. Also when it comes to fuel and to car taxation, and also diminishing alcohol use and alcohol taxation. Why would this not also have an effect on carbon dioxide emission? This could be so simple that more environmentally friendly solutions would be cheaper, and it would be difficult to imagine why then there would be need to choose anything else. Taxation is an important tool to use with a word to the environment, and we also support the polluter pays ideology, and that's why we support this proposal as well.
Tack.
Thank you. And I have no further speakers on the list. Can I consider the debate as concluded? This is the case. The debate is thereby concluded. We move on to point 15.8, the consideration of the members' proposal on support for small-scale agriculture. And I give the floor first to the committee's spokesperson, who is Åsa Karlsson, to speak for the report. You have 2 minutes.
Tack, fru ordförande.
Thank you, Chair. In the Committee for Sustainable Nordic Region, we've dealt with the members' proposal for support to small-scale agriculture, and we have a joint committee where there are proposal where there are no reservations. We see small-scale agriculture becoming less frequent. It's hard to make a living in small-scale activities and difficult to combine with other activities. About 11,000 small farms have disappeared since 2011 in Denmark, and the trend is moving towards even fewer. We see a similar trend in Sweden. Small-scale farms are important for biodiversity and crucial for many species, making them a part of our sustainable future. Small-scale farms can also contribute to securing food production locally, so that we become less dependent on imported foodstuffs, and our security of supply is ensured both nationally and locally. There's a balance between small-scale and large-scale agriculture, but it shouldn't be to the detriment of small-scale farms. The Committee for Sustainable Nordic Region therefore proposes to recommend to the Council of Ministers to work actively to promote the development of small-scale farms and to put together a catalogue for inspiration purposes over initiatives that can support such farming. And I would like to thank everyone in the committee for excellent discussions. Thank you.
Tack för inlägget.
Thank you. And now we will go to the speakers list, and 2 minutes per person. First, the speaker is Lorena Delgado Varas from the Nordic Green Left. You have the floor. Thank you. Well, to support small-scale agriculture is to support biological diversity and ensure that everyone has food, and to develop all parts of society. Small-scale agriculture can also be a way of having another form of life, another type of livelihood. I was quite happy when I traveled in North Norway, and I saw how alive the rural areas are, and how there are more small farms than large monoculture farms. Monoculture farms I've unfortunately a lot of experience of in Chile. All large areas have been destroyed by monocultures they've been created to be able to export the volumes that the trade agreements demand, and monocultures that are maintained by artificial irrigation methods that dry up rivers and waters, and maintain that families lose their homes, and nature cannot revive itself. And what has happened in Chile, I don't want to see there or here in the Nordics either. The trade agreements do not only destroy the small rural farms with the agreements, but also undermines opportunities for small farmers here to be able to sell their produce without being competed by others, larger producers. We don't need to just create opportunities for small-scale farmers, but also to support the development of them. Partly, climate changes affects us, and we have to try to research future sustainable alternatives in various methods, for example. And here it's important to work with agroecological methods that are built on ecological principles and circular economy, for example, and biological diversity. We have to use the small-scale farmers' opportunities, and we can do that through the United Nations Declaration for Small-Scale Farmers, and we can then create a society where people can live in cities and also in the rural areas, and ensure future food also supplies, and we will all gain from this. Thank you.
Tack. Jag har inte fler namn.
Thank you. I have no further names on the list. Can I consider then the debate has been concluded? This is the case, and thereby this is concluded. We move on to item 15.9, consideration of the members' proposal on solar cells in larger car park facilities. We give the word first to Olof, to the spokesperson for the committee, who is Tove Elise Valand. You have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak on behalf of the committee. So someone may wish to comment after we vote. The green transition in private car use is a considerable change in the way the society consumes energy. Charging EVs require a great deal of adaptation, also for the grid. By using solar cells, we can reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. A benefit is that we use the unlimited energy from the sun, making it sustainable and a renewable source of energy. The solar energy system has been a cheap, reliable solution to heating in many European countries for a long time. But all in all, it only covers 1.5% of the heating needs. To achieve the 2030 objectives of the EU, the energy need and be covered by solar energy and geothermal heat, we need to treble that number. In a number of European countries, there's a requirement introduced to provide charging solar cell panels at parking spots and also to cover car parks. This is why we would like look into this possibility and see whether areas can be developed for this purpose. There are special preconditions when it comes to the sun's radiation in that the Nordic region has an uneven distribution across the year. So there is a lot to be gained from learning more from the increased knowledge available with an exchange of knowledge between the Nordic countries that would be beneficial. So the aim of this proposal is to verify benefits and negative impact of installing such panels. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we go to speakers on the list, and the speakers have max 2 minutes. And I give the floor to Anna Stabrink from the M Group. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. The Centre Group notes that the Nordics, with its low population and also the urbanization that is increasing, needs both great and smaller solutions for the increased need for green energy. We need to do it because not just to implement Repower EU, and also to meet EU's 2030 targets. That is why the Centre Group means that we have to a greater degree, use passive areas near the energy needs that can be not used for habitation or usage for carbon sinks. Parking places are an example of such areas. Old industrial areas could be another alternative. We follow France's demand to install solar cells in parking areas from 2023, and we support the consideration to try to look at the potential of installing solar energy cells also in Nordic's parking areas. Thank you.
Og jeg giver ordet til
Angelica Bengtsson of Nordic Freedom, Sweden, is next. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Today, I would like to focus your attention on this proposal to install solar cells in car parks. This is a proposal which does not only bring benefits, but also gives rise to a number of critical questions. First of all, we need to question the cost efficiency of this analysis. To cover car parks with solar cells involves a significant initial investment in a time when many countries in the Nordic region are already struggling with financial challenges. Is it reasonable at such a time to ask oneself the question of whether these resources can be used in a better way somewhere else? Are there not other more urgent infrastructure projects that should perhaps be prioritized? Question mark. Furthermore, we need to consider practical feasibility. Car parks are often located in areas which not always offer optimal conditions for the use of solar energy, with shadows from buildings and trees and variations in radiation across the year, not least in the northern parts of the Nordic region, where there is almost a complete lack of sunlight during parts of the year. How do we ensure that these solar cells actually provide the energy production required? Another aspect is to consider this on each individual case, on an individual basis. This is not always appropriate for Nordic objectives, and it's not something that we should resolve upon in this assembly. We as a party group, therefore, will be voting against this proposal, even though we consider that the initiative is based on a sound idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Helge Orton from the K Group. Thank you, Chair, and also I'd like to explain a vote because the Conservative Group are going to vote no for the proposal, not because we are against the use of solar cells in certain car parks, and I'm sure that's great, but we mean that this is a national issue, and we should everyone should in the countries would see how they use renewable energy, for example, in parking areas. And this is not a question for Nordic cooperation, but it can be carried out in other good ways. Thank you. Thank you. I have no further on the speakers list. Can I consider that this debate is concluded? If this is the case, and the debate is concluded. We go on to point 1510. Which is the consideration members' proposal on Nordic cooperation on biodiversity and nature conservation. And I give the floor to the committee's spokesperson, who is Johan Andersson, to speak on the report. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear Nordic friends, I am the spokesperson for the committee on Nordic cooperation, biodiversity and nature conservation. Billions of animals are escaping every year. They're fleeing and moving across national borders and across entire continents, on land, in rivers, in oceans, and across the skies. They travel thousands of kilometers in the hunt for food and for breeding. Migrating animals play a very important role in natural ecosystems. They transport nutrients, they spread plant seeds, they shape vegetation, and they provide food supply for many other species, such as fish. But they are in a difficult situation. It's becoming ever more difficult to cope with the migratory needs. According to a UN report, there are several reasons for this. Hunting and overfishing are two reasons, but the major threats are the overuse and loss of habitats, amongst other things due to agriculture and the expansion of transport and energy infrastructure. The way we use our landscapes, for example, by constructing dams, extend infrastructure, and establishing wind parks, constitute major problems for migrating animals. Areas created by man are difficult to navigate through since animals cannot go straight through towns, across roads, and major land areas. Almost 10,000 of the world's largest biodiversity areas are important to migrating animals, but a little more than half of them are neither protected nor preserved and conserved in any other way. So it's important for migrating species that their needs are concerned in for planning purposes so that we don't restrict their movements. Many species migrate across the Nordic countries, since the region is an important corridor and breeding ground for many types of migratory birds. And this is why the committee is proposing to the Council of Ministers to coordinate and scale up Nordic efforts to protect nature, work for nature conservation across the full year, and to establish a monitoring program to monitor the impact of humans and climate change on migrating species. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. We go now move on to the other speakers from the speakers list, and the speakers has 2 minutes speaking time. First speaker is Emma Berlinger from the M Group. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that many of us follow the migrating herds of plows when they come in the spring and when they leave us in the autumn. They are part of our nature, part of us, but also they also have an important function for our ecosystems. At the same time, as Johan has said, they are also threatened in many ways by the way that we use nature, the dams we build, and infrastructure, roads, cities, and so on. And that is why it is important, more important than ever, that we work towards trying to support the migrating species. And from the Centre Group, we feel that that we should coordinate also the Nordic projects to support the migrating, make sure that the support for migrated speakers is good. So we're going to support the proposal. Thank you.
Tack, och nu ger jag ordet till Erling.
Thank you, Erling. I just got from the Nordic Green Left group.
2 minuter.
2 minutes speaking time. You have the floor. Thank you. The matter of biodiversity and nature conservation has to do with the survival of humans and this planet. Biodiversity is crucial for a sustainable nature. This is where we get our water, our food, making society more resilient to natural disasters. If we lose the biodiversity, we will lose many ecosystem services that we are dependent on for our survival. For example, we need insects for the pollination and of plants, and we need insects to control in a natural way the harmful effect of pests on agriculture. We cooperate in some areas in the Nordic region to protect biodiversity and the ecosystems of the region. Previously protected or previously farmed areas are now being set aside or becoming protected. This improves biodiversity, but for migrating species, we see that it is not sufficient what has been done so far. It's decisive where we position these protected areas and how they are protected, so we need to work to improve the situation for nature, and it would be better if countries can coordinate, and it would be better for nature conservation purposes if the national boundaries between Nordic regions could be considered in a sense that we can improve biodiversity and contribute to better diversity in nature at the level of the Nordic region as a whole. The Nordic Green Left is in favor of this proposal and the important work done by the committee to put the biodiversity and nature conservation on the joint agenda at the Nordic level. Thank you.
Tack, och nu ger jag...
Thank you, and now I give the floor to Staffan Etlöf from Nordic Freedom. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Nordic Freedom also supports this proposal. Migrating species have large problems today in today's environments, but as a doctor of biology and also with a lot of experience of environmental risk evaluations, I would like to note that there's one risk that hasn't been noted that's gone under the radar, and it is that the case that migrating birds of prey, when they have to travel a long way, they pass by certain bottlenecks along their trips south and or north, however which way they go. And if you build wind parks, wind power plants, then there can be a large negative effects for these birds of prey. And with a little adjustment to not build these bottlenecks, then you can protect these birds, these species, in an economical way. And I think that we should bear that in mind when we talk about these wind turbine parks in the future. Thank you.
Tack. Jag har inte fler.
Thank you. I have no further speakers on the speakers list. Does this conclude the debate? Thank you. That concludes the debates under this item. Moving on to item 1511, a committee proposal on Nordic follow-up to the Global Agreement on Biodiversity. And first, I'd like to give the floor to the committee's spokesperson, Emma Berginger, for a presentation of the committee's proposal. 2 minutes. Thank you very much. The UN Biodiversity Summit, COP16, is ongoing in Colombia right now. And here in Reykjavik, the Committee for Sustainable Nordic Region is proposing with a broad majority that the Nordic Council should take the next step to ensure that Nordic countries can live up to the objectives in the Global Agreement on Biodiversity adopted at the previous COP meeting, COP15 in Montreal. Biodiversity, or biological diversity, is a precondition for our life on this planet, and biodiversity consists of all the variations we see in nature, where every species has a specific role to play, contributing to the balance to provide sustainable ecosystem. If one species goes extinct or is expanding too greatly, it may lead to the collapse of an entire ecosystem. We humans are reliant on ecosystems and the ecosystem services they contribute with. The biodiversity is under threat, however. Cities and towns that grow, extensive farming, pollution, and not least climate change are factors contributing to the loss of biodiversity, threatening food production, water, circular movements, etc. In addition to financial loss, this could also eventually threaten our existence. And in a UN report from 2019, researchers pointed to the fact that more than 1 million out of 8 million species are threatened with extinction over the coming decades. At the UN 15th Biodiversity meeting in December 2022, the countries of the world adopted the Global Agreement on Biodiversity, which intends to reduce the loss of biodiversity. The nature and habitats in the Nordic region are all interconnected, and so the committee therefore is proposing to carry out an analysis and evaluation of which habitats we should cooperate in with ecosystems. Habitats particularly relevant to the Nordic region are in the limelight, and to organize a biodiversity conference to discuss how the Nordic region can comply with the objectives at global level and objectives being set for how the Nordic region can contribute to the implementation of the global objectives. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we go to the other speakers from the speakers list. And the speakers have max 2 minutes. And the first speaker is Lovis Mekeke from the S Group. Thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone today knows that the climate is in crisis, but it's not yet everyone who know that we at the same time have another natural crisis, that is biodiversity crisis. Biodiversity is important for a diverse and also resilient nature. And also species have, through all thousands of years, been able to develop together. Now, some species develop symbiosis, and some cannot live without another. And plants cannot live without insects, and certain fungi, for example, live on certain roots of certain plants. And also there are floods that need that, for example, that wolves scare away the deer from certain rivers, so that trees and other things can grow there. Biodiversity does not know any borders. Together, we have to do everything that we can to collaborate and implement the things that can make the best effect across Nordic borders. That is why the Social Democratic Group supports this proposal.
I now give the floor to Anders Schellstad from the M Group. Thank you, President. The Center Group is satisfied that the Nordic Council takes time to conduct a real discussion on this topic. We have one crisis, which is the climate crisis. We also have a crisis which is a loss of biodiversity. So this is a serious matter. What happens with us if we do not have pollinating insects, if they disappear? What happens if the krill is decimated? The answer is very simple. If we have successive changes all the time, this will affect our ecosystems. Human beings were on the top of the ecosystem. That's also why we also have an effect on this. And then the primary industry should also take some initiatives here. The form, access, and the access to fresh water. In the Nordic region, we're very lucky. We have a clean water. Not many other parties of the world have this.
Og det her skal funke. Derfor
That's why we mean that in the Center Group that this is a very important discussion that we need to have. So we are wholeheartedly in favor of this proposal.
Takk, og nå giver jeg ordet til
Now I give the floor to Erling Eidesgaard from the Nordic Green Left. Yes, thank you. In the next point, I've already talked about the big efforts for the biodiversity, and biodiversity is about it includes animals and plants in all geographic areas and all species have a function and also contribute each in their way to balance and maintain and make ecosystems function. And if one is extinct, then it could lead to the fact that the whole ecosystem's function meant people in agreement that there must be a plan how to regionally have a plan for biodiversity, for better protection of Nordic biodiversity. Nordic efforts should start with the common ecosystems and habitats and species that characterize the Nordic regions, and the purpose is to conserve these biodiversity in these areas and protect them. And we support the proposal to have an analysis and evaluation as to which diversity targets the Nordics can cooperate on, to have a biodiversity conference and to work on a Nordic plan with targets and efforts to how the Nordics can best contribute to also protect the global biodiversity goals. Thank you.
Takk, og nå giver jeg
Thank you, and I'll give the floor to Stefan Eglöf from Nordic Freedom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I speak for the reservation which is on this item. And in Montreal, there's been agreement on several targets to maintain biological buffer. Some are good and some are less good. The proposal is how the Nordic countries should work for fulfilling these goals. Nordic Freedom supports the first two paragraphs, but tried to, in the committee, change the third. We don't want the Nordic countries to set up new common goals. We want instead to work, that the work should focus on seeing if there are certain measures that can give Nordic benefits. It's about finding those few measures that could work for most Nordic countries. Nordic Freedom proposes an alternative to the third paragraph, which to work for a Nordic plan for prioritized efforts that give Nordic benefits on the implementation of the global biodiversity goals. The reason is that the Nordic countries are so different when it comes to their natural environment, and it makes the different countries will want and need to implement these targets in different ways. Certain common solutions should be ineffective or very costly in certain countries. Some solutions would give acceptable social consequences in one place, but unacceptable social consequences somewhere else. Then it is the case that some of these agreed-upon targets that should be implemented are constructed in a way that make it difficult to cooperate, whereas others are suitable to it, as the one about invasive species. That is why the focus should not be to put up targets and find common projects, but rather to find the few prioritized measures that would give Nordic benefits. Thank you. So voting for the reservation. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any more names on the speakers list. Can I consider this discussion as concluded? Thank you. So I hereby declare this debate for closed. Last item under item 15 is 1512, vote. And the first thing we're going to vote over is 15.1, the consideration on climate changes and the threat of this in the Arctic and the need for cooperation on sustainability. As mentioned, there is a reservation also to the proposal from the committee. Those who want to support the proposal from the committee, push the green button, number 1. Those who want to support the reservation should push the red button, 2. And those who want to abstain should push the yellow button, number 3. Are you all ready to vote? I hereby open the vote.
Nej. Nu kommer det, og afstemningen begynder nu.
All right, I open the vote now.
Har alle givet deres stemmer? Nej.
Have you all voted? No.
Ja. Afstemningen nu slut.
The vote is closed. 54 are in favor. 8 are against, and we have 0 abstentions. The proposal is hereby carried. We move on to the vote on item 15.2, consideration of members' proposal on a moratorium on deep-sea mining. And as I mentioned, there is also a reservation to this consideration. Those who want to support the consideration should push the green button 1. Those who want to support the reservation should push the red button 2. And those who want to say no should push the yellow button, number 3. So it's a bit different from the other votes here.
Alle klar til å...
Are you all ready to vote? The vote is hereby open.
Har alle avgivet deres...
Have you all been able to vote? Yes, that is the case, so the vote is closed. 33 are in favor of the consideration, 13 are in favor of the reservation, and 16 voted no. And this consideration is hereby carried. We will move on to the vote on item 15.3, consideration of members' proposal on transparency about fossil resources. Those who want to support the consideration should push the green button 1. Those who want to vote against should push the red button 2. And those who want to abstain should push the yellow button 3. Are you ready to vote? The vote is hereby open. Have you all been able to vote? That seems to be the case. The vote is hereby closed. 61 votes in favor of the consideration, 0 against and 0 abstentions. And this consideration is hereby carried. Let's move on to item 15.4, consideration of members' proposal on Nordic cooperation on offshore wind power in the Baltic Sea. Those who want to vote in favor should push the green button 1. Those who are against push the red button 2. And those who want to abstain push the yellow button 3. Are you all ready to vote? The vote is hereby open. Have you all voted? That seems to be the case, and the vote is hereby closed. We have 47, I don't know how to pronounce that, but 47 in favor of this consideration, 13 against the consideration, and 1 abstention. But this means that the consideration is carried. Let's move on to item 15.5, consideration of members' proposal on the export of wastewater in the Nordic region. Those who are in favor of the consideration, push the green button 1. Those who are against, push the red button 2. And those who want to abstain, push the yellow button 3. Are you all ready to vote? The vote is open. Have you all been able to vote? Yes. So the vote is closed. 61 in favor of this consideration, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. So this means that the consideration is carried. We will continue and vote over item 15.6, consideration of members' proposal on common principles for Nordic producers' responsibility for textiles. Those who want to support this consideration, push the green button 1. Those who want to vote against, push the red button 2. And those who want to abstain, push the yellow button 3. Are you ready to vote? The vote is open. Have you been able to give your vote? Yeah. The vote is hereby closed. 62 in favor of the consideration, 0 against, and 0 abstentions. And the consideration is hereby carried. We'll move on to item 15.7, committee proposal on green tax reform and climate policy for the future. Those who want to support the committee proposal, push the green button 1. Those who want to vote against the committee proposal, push the red button 2. And those who want to abstain, push the yellow button 3. Are you ready? The vote is open. Have you all been able to vote? Yes. The vote is hereby closed. 33 votes in favor of the committee proposal, 27 against the committee proposal, and we have 2 abstentions. This means that the committee proposal has been carried. We will continue, and we will now vote on item 15.8, consideration of members' proposal on support for small-scale agriculture. Those who want to support this consideration, push the red button 1. Those who want to vote against, push the red button 2. And those who want to abstain, push the yellow button 3. Are you ready to vote? The vote is hereby open. Have you all been able to vote? Yes, that seems to be the case, and the vote is hereby closed. I cannot see the result here. 49 votes in favor of the consideration, 13 against, and 0 abstentions. and the consideration is hereby carried. Next one up is 15.9, consideration of members' proposal on solar cells in large car parks. Those who want to support this consideration push the green button 1. Those who want to vote against the consideration push the red button 2, and those who want to abstain push the yellow button 3. Is there a problem? No. Are you ready to vote? The vote is open. Have you all been able to vote? Yes. The vote is hereby closed. (21) in favor, and there's 1 abstention and 21 against. 40 in favor, 21 against, and 0 abstentions. And this consideration is carried, but we need a 2 minutes break.
Der skal lige tastes noget ind til
We need to test the vote on 15. We have to count 1511. We need to, because we had some changes, at last minute changes, we need 1 or 2 minutes to change this.
Nu alt klar, og vi går videre.
That has been cleared, so let's move on to the vote on 1510, consideration of members' proposal on Nordic cooperation on biodiversity and nature conservation. Those who want to vote in favor of the consideration push the green button 1. Those who want to vote against push red button number 2. And those who want to abstain push the yellow button 3. Are you ready to vote? The vote is open. Have you all been able to vote? Yes. And the vote is hereby closed. No, 58 in favor of this consideration, 2 against, and 1 abstention. And the consideration is hereby carried. Let's move on to item 1511, committee proposal on Nordic follow-up to the global agreement on biodiversity. Those who want to vote in favor of the committee proposal push the green button 1. Those who want to vote against the committee proposal push the red button 2. And those who want to abstain push the yellow button 3. Are you ready to vote? The vote is hereby open. Have you all been able to vote? Yes. The vote is hereby closed. 53 in favor of the committee proposal, 7 against the committee proposal, and no abstentions. And the committee proposal is hereby carried. Item 15 of the agenda is hereby concluded, and I thank you for all the good discussions, and I also would like to thank you for respecting the speaking times. Thank you very much. Maria Stockhausen will now take over the chair.
We're going to continue on 16 and culture, and we have going to go through this. We're going to vote afterwards when we're ready. This is about culture and climate. 16.1 is the first one, which is about consideration of amended proposal on the contribution of culture and leisure to reducing the climate footprint on everyday life. And there is a reservation on this, and I'd first like to give the floor to the spokesperson for the committee, which is Katrine Kleveland from the M Group. And you can also see who is next in line. And I would recommend that the one, if you see your name, that you sit here in one of the chairs in the front, and then it's quick for you to get into the rostrum.
Thank you, President. A majority of the Committee for Culture and Knowledge has recommended to the Nordic Council to not proceed with the proposal on the reduction of the climate footprint of everyday life. We have listened to points of view that the emissions from the culture and leisure sector are very small, and that change of this would be an intervention into people's daily lives. And many of these things have been addressed nationally. We have lifespan analysis of artistic activities is very complicated and very costly. The majority has also noted the work done by the Nordic Council of Ministers for Culture in 2022 and 2023 in order to look into how the culture sector could become more sustainable. And we have a green roadmap for the cultural activities in order for these to become greener. This is good. A majority of the Committee for Knowledge and Culture recommends that the Nordic Council do not proceed with this member proposed on the contribution of culture and leisure for reducing the climate footprint of everyday life, and that these issues will remain with the documents.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Veronica Honkasalo from the Nordic Green Left, who's going to present the reservation. You have 2 minutes. Dear Chair, with the fact that climate change now is our biggest existential crisis, it's worrying how little that we, during this entire session, have in fact tackled the climate crisis, especially during the first few days, and how we're going to combat climate change and how we're going to adapt to the consequences of it. Climate change means that we have to take into account the climate in all sectors in society, even here in the Nordic Council. Culture and the leisure sector is an important part of the everyday life of Nordics, and the purpose of the proposal from the members is that defines this sector climate footprint, and it gives citizens tools to make environmentally friendly choices. And for that purpose, we should have a report that could look at culture and leisure activity effects on life. And the results of the report can be used to give recommendations that help people to make choices. And also the result give a strong basis for Nordic countries to take on board or cultural investigations or that should be important for environment. And this This means also sustainable balance, also for social activities, and helps to maintain our cultural heritage and of the environment, and also give people a good life with a small climate footprint. I'm actually sad that the Centre Group decided to not support the member consideration, and we decided this during a meeting this summer, and I perhaps would like to support the reservation, because it is important that we take into account the climate footprint as well in the cultural and leisure sector. Thank you. Thank you. And now we go to the next speaker on the list, and that is Katarina Deremark from the M Group. You have the floor.
President, tack för ordet.
Chair, thank you. The Centre Group can note that many cultural institutions already work with climate effects, and this is a hygiene issue within the sector. There's a number of measures within the framework for Nordic collaboration. How does one carry out a life cycle analysis of the Mona Lisa? Is it just the creation that you have to count the resources that was used? Should it then be calculated times those 520 years, or should we also calculate the coming 500 years? About the same question can be put for Beethoven's Fifth, which climate effect has a thought or a word. We have, during the year, received reports from Nordic about Nordic cooperation on the culture's climate impact, and there is already work around many of these issues which we can have an effect on. For most museums today, it is of course clear to limit their climate imprint, but in the respect that the states are already tied to national or international climate targets, well, we have also seen how national parks limit people's access to limit environment and climate effects. We therefore see that the proposal in itself does not give enough climate benefits. It's also difficult to see how one should calculate the results. It is the main emissions that are connected to culture and leisure are most likely in conjunction with travels there and back. And then there's a question for the transport sector. Thank you.
Ja, du kan stå kvar för det kommer en replik på din.
Thank you. We have a rejoinder to your address.
Varsågod.
Go ahead. 1 minute for the rejoiner. I just want to say that the arguments to go against this member proposal are very weak. You cannot say beforehand what kind of climate footprint you have for this sector. You need a thorough evaluation, and that is exactly what we are suggesting with this member proposal. And the committee sees that the Social Democratic Group is supporting this member proposal. And I would like to say that the leisure sector is very varied, very broad, very different activities. We absolutely need more information about this in order for people to take environmentally friendly choices during their leisure. Yes, go ahead. 1 minute.
President.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. It is positive that there are so many who do want to go out and be active in outdoor leisure life. But of course, it's the case that one has looked at the organizers who take on board people who are active out in the environment and outdoor life. It's also about know-how in situ. So that is why the outdoor sector takes a lot of responsibility to do that. And I think that I will maintain the stand that we have from the Centre Group, that what we often When it comes to culture and leisure life, it is the transport sector that is the essential point there, and there are others that have to contribute in order for that to also have an effect on the environment. Thank you. And now we have the Victoria Tidbon from Nordic Freedom. You have 2 minutes.
Tack, fru president.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am happy that a majority in the committee in the Nordic Freedom that we were also a driving force and to propose that the Nordic Council will not go further with this member proposal to charter climate effects. This proposal is just the kind of proposal which takes away the focus from what we should be working on in the Nordic Council. That is that we should like to make a life better for our citizens. And now if our Nordic citizens want to take on board culture and leisure activities, and that should be encouraged and not to be scrutinized and measured what their effect, this climate effect it has if they take their bike or whatever to their activities. Thank you.
Tack för det. Jag har
Thank you very much. No more names on the speakers list. I hope we can conclude this point. That seems to be the case. And let's move on to 16.2, consideration of members' proposal on joint Nordic regulation of tech giants. I first give the first to the president of the committee to present this consideration. I now have the S group, Lars Meyer Larsson. I'm not the president, I'm not the chair, but president, a majority of the committee considered as a member proposal on a common Nordic regulation of tech giants is interesting, but it's going too far. The majority thinks that this suggestion will be perhaps in opposition with legislation initiatives in the EU, will put limits to people's freedom of speech, and also that we are looking into the recommendation from the ad hoc work group in the Nordic think tank for tech and democracy, where we have the same and similar questions. The majority means that the Nordic Council should not go on with this membership proposal and will then stop the procedure here. Thank you. Very short debate. No other names on the speakers list. Can we consider that this item is concluded? Yes. So let's move on to 16.3. This is a membership proposal about the PISA study.
President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak for the committee and for the proposal from the Iceland's delegation on the PISA results. And the results of the PISA, which was carried out in 2022, showed that students in all the Nordic countries had much worse point in PISA 22 than in the earlier measurements. And these results were very depressing, and it is necessary to react actively together on this in all the countries in the Nordics. And it is proposed that it should be established a Nordic network within the educational sector to deliver the support for the educational ministries on measures to improve Nordics students' results. In particular, we would look at improving also literacy and be able to read. And the Committee for Knowledge and Culture in the Nordics can be satisfied and note that the Nordic Council of Ministers for Education and Research, and in particular Sweden's presidency in the Council of Ministers in 24, has focused on these falling PISA results and possible solutions. The committee supports the continued work and the concrete common Nordic measures to meet the negative ongoing results. Thank you. And as there are no reservations, we go further on the list, and then it is Pinja Perholette from the S Group who has the floor. You have the floor now. I will speak Finnish. Although the PISA results not always meet the education or nuances of it, and its measures that give the full picture, or the only picture of the Nordic educational systems, then the PISA results do unfortunately paint a very worrying picture, and in the way that how these results have become very bad in all the Nordic countries. Personally, I'd like to say that I'm extremely concerned about literacy. It is an intrinsic part of a welfare state and a basis of a civilized society, as the ability to read is the foundation for learning and understanding and communication. And today, the Icelandic Culture and Trade Minister said that technology is language is English, and I think that as the Social Democratic Group also said, that digitalization is also a central issue that challenges this whole, the strong position of English in children's lives is something which wakens education, especially when it's not enough to be able to read. You also have to understand what you have read. And in the Icelandic Committee's proposal, what is central is the thought of Nordic cooperation. In particular, there was it supports that these best practices should be looked at and gathered and looked at together. We can learn from each other and share our experiences without heavy bureaucracy and administration. And that is why the Social Democratic Group thanks the Icelandic Committee to bringing up this important issue and for this foundation of this Nordic network in this educational sector. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bryndís Halldórsdóttir from the Conservative Group. You have the floor. And I will also speak Icelandic. Madam Chair, we live in welfare societies here in the Nordic region, and people are admiring us, also admiring our education system. It should be a cornerstone in order to achieve equality, and it should also ensure that all children have the same opportunities in life. And the PISA survey and the results there are really too poor and unacceptable. Our reading comprehension is also sinking. The children are our future, and we who are in this room have the responsibility to ensure their future education, and their reading comprehension and understanding is key here. So I would like to thank the delegation for bringing forward our proposal, and I really hope that this will be carried and that our young people will obtain better results during the next PISA survey.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Erling Eidesgaard for the Nordic Green Left. You have the floor, 2 minutes. Yes, thank you. In the Nordics, we have a tradition for education, literature, and reading, and we have to maintain this standard and go forward and not backwards. And we have an important task to ensure that our young people can read and understand what they meet in everyday life, both on paper and be able to write. And of course, it's not. They should be able to have this talent both for all of their lives. And when young people should have these opportunities in the world that they can be engaged in and also contribute to in a time that is colored by information and communication. Being able to read is more essential than ever before, and literacy opens the world to understanding and knowledge. The PISA also shows how the countries are compared to each other, and they chart they show us if our educational systems, how they serve our young people or not. And better results, the better the opportunities for them to have further education and careers. And we in the Nordics can work close together in order to create the best frameworks for our children and our young people. It's an important part of this is to support also our educational systems. That is important. Also, we also have to ensure that all young people have access to books and reading materials. And as when we invest in these, we invest in the future as well, a future where young people can participate actively in society and understand complex issues and contribute to everyone's good. And we, in the Nordic Green Left Group, we support this consideration and hope that it will be that will also help to support the Nordic educational systems and us who live in the North. Let us continue to work together for a strong literacy culture and a strong educational system and ensure that our young people stand strong regardless of which way they choose to go in life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I move to Nordic Freedom. Joachim Gevelius, 2 minutes.
Puhun suomeksi. Arvoisa
I will speak Finnish. And Madam Chair, education shows the nation's road ahead, decades ahead, and PISA results help us to see the nation's direction. Unfortunately, the direction for the Nordics has for some time been in a worse way direction. In 22, the PISA results of our countries were worse than before, and it showed the worse the results were in both mathematics and reading and understanding and this among others. And the direction is concerning. These are extremely important, these talents for small countries in an all the more competitive global world. But also, and all the more worse are the figures for the migrants who have moved to our countries. And these PISA results, the studies carried out that the first generation immigrants, that 61% had very weak literacy, and for 58% were weak in mathematics. And according to the OECD figures, the majority of them do not have enough competence to be able to contribute to society or be in society normally, for example, to be in working life. And so I think that whether we have we have a severe situation which is being caused by an open borders policy that we have. And we have a very low level in our countries, which is not yet going to be corrected in the next generation. With our with our policies today, we have a society which knows less and doesn't function as well. Something has to change, and the direction cannot be changed without also changing our immigration policies as well.
Du har fått en replik, så du ska stå kvar.
Thank you. There is a rejoinder, so you can stay there. You have a rejoinder from Veronica Honkasalo, and it is 1 minute.
Jag ska tala på finska, så jag hoppas.
I will speak Finnish, and I so hope you put on your headsets. I have been in the Education Committee in Finland for many years, and we went through the PISA results with the researchers in that committee, and the essential result was that there's no clear reason or explanation for the results, except that it was inequality or the socio-economic backgrounds of children. The fact that against science, we argued that the reason would be these children, and somehow their abilities does not improve the results of education in any way. It is branding and stigmatizing these children. That is why I hope that the Nordic Council, we appreciate the research results and science and move in that direction with them as a basis.
Då får du möjlighet att svara 1 minut.
Thank you. 1 minute for your answer. Joachim, you have the floor.
Kyllä,
Yes, to answer to Member Honkasalo, you probably know, as a member of the Educational Committee, that the socioeconomic station, which is one of the big features of this low literacy development, or mathematics, or knowledge of science, the low scores there, that socioeconomic station, the low such, is connected to what kind of immigration policy we have. And in those families where these students come from, they have a low socioeconomic status for the reason that we have an immigration policy which is not based on higher knowledge, because these studies also showed that in Western students from Western have a higher socioeconomic status, and they also have better study results and also can fare better in, for example, Finnish society.
Thank you for your rejoinder. There's another rejoinder for you, so please stay at the rostrum. Another rejoinder. Rena Delgado-Vada, Nordic Left. You have 1 minute for your rejoinder.
Tässä.
Behöver du? Ja, du har. Bra.
So, well, I hope that we can try to fly the flag high in this room, meaning that we speak on the basis of science-based facts, and which is not happening in this discourse. If we're going to look at facts, we can look at the people that have higher education and relate that to their backgrounds if you want to make that kind of division of society that Nordic Freedom always wants to do. If you look at children with foreign background or whose parents have foreign backgrounds, the number of young people that actually reach higher education, there's a higher number of those than the average, and there you have your answer. And the other answer you have is that it's working life discrimination and how you are also taken on board by society. There you have your other answer. Thank you very much. Thank you, and you have an opportunity to answer. 1 minute. You can answer. Well, in the Nordics, also in Finland, there's not a secret that the immigration policy that has been carried out does have an effect, and which kind of adjustment these people have, and also their offspring have, and how they adjust. And of course, I am for humanitarian immigration. Why? Because if people come, for example, from a conflict area, from a country that doesn't have the basic education, then how can we expect that that if some person comes to Finland or to the Nordics would be able to know the language or would be able to go into the Nordic labor market as easily? That is why I think it's important that we have an immigration policy which supports also the helping the people to adjust, that we should also have immigration that favors also people who have more higher education level.
Nu är det så att vi har fått in ytterligare en replik.
We have another request for a rejoinder, but the request was not made during the speech, so we will not give the floor to that speaker, but to the Nordic Youth Council. You have the floor.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you for giving the floor. The PISA survey has for many years been an important indicator for measuring the level of knowledge among children and young people. With this survey, we get what we are looking for, namely results in young people's reading comprehension, mathematics, and science. The latest PISA results show that performance in the Nordic countries has deteriorated, which is very worrying, of course. At the same time, we need to remind ourselves that the PISA survey, despite its value, is an old system that does not cover everything. It's just a piece of the puzzle in a much larger pattern. And there are many other ways to measure and understand children's and young people's knowledge. Society has been digitized at a rapid pace, and our children and young people have adapted to a new way of learning and developing. Schools, like many other parts of society, have changed with this digitization. Children's interests and skills are now being shaped by new and more innovative ways of thinking and working. Today, we are looking for a workforce with skills that cannot always be measured through traditional knowledge tests. For example, the PISA survey does not show how good Nordic children are in English, digital competence, or environmental knowledge and sustainability. For us young, it's therefore very important that the school is a place where children and young people feel safe and welcome. It should offer opportunities for them to explore their interests and engage in what feels meaningful to them. Let's create a school that truly inspires and gives each student the chance to grow in their unique way. Thank you very much.
Now, let's see. We have a rejoinder from Eva for the. Is that what you've asked for to the Nordic Youth Council? Yes. In that case, yes, you have the floor then. 1 minute. Yes, I have to take the opportunity. I think it was extremely important what you said. It's important for school results that you feel included and welcome, that you like school. And at a risk of not being scientific, I've also lived abroad with teenagers many years, and I had a very good job. And it is quite a challenge to not to have a network, to not to have grandparents to help, and to feel a little different. And it is clear that the integration and schools have to be able to meet these young people and children. It's not about the children's lack of knowledge or that they're different. It's because it is not an easy challenge to change environments. So I thank you. I'm not criticizing you. I'm thanking you for it, for your words, sir. You can answer if you like. Well, I agree with what Eva Biaudet said. As I said, and as society has changed, conditions have changed, labor market has changed, and demands there. And PISA is a system, a rather old system, which only looks at certain issues, mathematics and sciences, and those topics aren't as important as they were perhaps a few years ago. There was more digitalization and other language talents, and perhaps we should give all children the opportunity to study what they want and then study these subjects that they're interested in. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then moving on the speakers list, and has Staffan Edlerk from the Nordic Freedom, who has asked for the floor. 2 minutes, sir. Thank you very much, Chair. And now we've talked about causality in this issue. It has to do with how does the immigration have to do with the PISA results and so forth. And I think that if we just lift our gaze and look at Sweden as an example. Sweden was one of the most secure countries in the world earlier. Look at Sweden now. It's the most insecure country in the whole of the West world. It was one of the richest countries in the world and had a miserable development now in the GNP. And it's been high in knowledge tests, and now it's gone down. It was one of the most homogeneous cultures and countries, and now it's divided, complete division between the peoples in Sweden. And if you lift one's gaze, one can also see how things fit together, and fewer will see or people don't want to see the connection between migration policy and another. And there's a lot of backing in Sweden that this part. But I want to note that this policy is not just we're not just working against the people who are originally Swedes, but also against new Swedes, because multicultural policy keeps people away from being part of the context. And of course, we have to have a real immigration policy. We have to make the people who come, make them Swedes, that take them to one's bosom and completely. And I want to say that, conclude, that to the Icelandics who are our hosts here, that don't make the same mistakes as Sweden has made when it comes to immigration. See what has happened to Sweden and learn from that. Thank you. You can stand the Staffan, because you have a rejoinder from Veronica Honkasalo from the Nordic Green Left. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. As a politician with a scientific background, I don't like these arguments when you lift your gaze and then we hear about all these problems that exist but are not connected to the subject that we're discussing. But we hear that the PISA results, even the Nordic ones, are quite high, very high, if we compare to ourselves globally. And when we know that there are children and young people who are not doing well, and we know that this is connected to their socio-economic background, we need to do something in order to help the children and young people so that they achieve better results. But Nordic Freedom do not want to do this. They're against immigration. They're against all aid schemes for children and young people. And that's why we see that the government do not contribute to the well-being of children and young people. Okay, 1 minute.
Thank you. As a politician with a science background, I am against the argument that Honkasella says. We see the correlation here. We also see that it doesn't matter if we want to say clearly that it is the immigration young people that get the bad results in Sweden. It's clear, but it doesn't matter if it's through socioeconomic effects or it has direct effects, or if it goes through low expectations from the cultural left. Thank you. Thank you, Staffan. You can remain. There's one more rejoinder to you, and it is from the Nordic Youth Council. You have 1 minute. And after that, then is Lorena, so you can prepare for your rejoinder. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I would just like to react to what the speaker said. He said that relocation or migration has divided the Swedish population and even influenced negatively on the Swedish GDP. But the Swede is proud of the immigration. They have a labor force that many other Nordic countries strive to have today. And we have scientific proof that shows that immigrants have contributed to the Swedish GDP. And Swedish is also proud of the rich culture that they have because of people arriving to the country and contributing to this culture.
And I have an opportunity to answer, Staffan. I think that people with immigrant backgrounds, if they listen to this, I think that the left are your worst friends. It's not, things aren't going well, and it would be much better if you had a more relaxed attitude. You have put the same demands on immigrants and of adjusting. Those who do adjust do very well, and it's about having a richer culture. It depends on how you measure it. We have a lot of elements in our society today, but our original culture is much weaker than it ever has been before. It depends on how you measure it. So we have another rejoinder on the list, and we all know that this is our last day and people have to go. So, this is all about strengthening PISA results in the Nordics. It's not a general debate on immigration policy in the Nordic countries. So those of you who are on the list, consider what you want to speak about. But Lorena, go ahead. You've asked for the floor. Well, and then I'm going to stick to the subject, the PISA measurements, which have gotten worse in Sweden. If you think of Sweden in the time when PISA measurements started, then one can note that the economic imbalance has never been such as it is today. And the society has gotten worse, and also a global school system was introduced about the same time as the PISA results started to go down. Multicultural policy that you talk about. Please, Sweden is a multicultural society, and you have to start to understand that a multicultural society that has Sami, Jews, Muslims, Latin Americans, you name it. We have to together build this society. So stop breaking down society and do the right things instead of pointing out groups in this. That's racist.
Thank you very much. Staffan Efla, you have 1 minute. It's very strange that when you argument in order to not divide people and population groups, that's exactly what's happening here. We, from our side, we want to have a policy that unite the people, regardless group. We want a new folkhem where everyone is Swedish, but we need common values and we need a contract that applies to all. And that is true inclusion. Thank you very much. We will close the discussion now, and I give the floor now to Bryndis Haraldsdottir from the Conservative Group. You have the floor.
Já, tala á íslensku. Ég ætlaði nú að...
Yes, I want to thank for the debate. It's not often that we can be in agreement. Sometimes we're in agreement. In politics, we can disagree, but it's fine when we debate. But I don't know if I was the one who started the debate when I spoke about our schools as an instrument of equality. But when Iceland wants to learn from the larger countries, I think it's important that we bring in our forces and we look at education, we look at PISA results, and in particular, we look at particularly immigration and immigrants' situation. Then we should both look at the ones who have Icelandic as a native language and those who don't. And we see that those who have Icelandic as a mother tongue, then it's also. Then you have to look at their results as well in the PISA results. But PISA is not the ultimate measuring stick, but to educational systems qualities, and we've often been the best in the world when it comes to welfare or whatever. But that measure we should also have when it comes to education. It's gone well for us during the times, but PISA results show that there is a downturn, and we have to analyze what's happening to when young people's literacy goes down. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then we have Joakim Vegelius from Nordic Freedom.
Jag upprepar, nu blir det här sista inlägget kanske i debatten, men att man...
And please be ready and sit in the front if you want to change, when you want to go up to the rostrum to speak.
Kiitos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to participate in the discussion that's about whether we're speaking scientifically or against science when we talk about PISA results. I will quote from the Finnish Educational Ministry or information which is about the PISA results, which is about immigrant children, and it is that the immigrant children themselves perhaps do not show that they have bad results in PISA, but it's essential that it is language knowledge and also families' low socioeconomic statuses. So I ask where the lack of language knowledge and low socioeconomic status, where did that come from? In Finland, the immigration, which is not founded on people are looking for work in the country, but they come from as humanitarian reasons or refugees. And of course, it leads to a lack of language knowledge and also low socio-economic status compared to people who come to seek jobs. And it is this research shows that it shows this, that we have also immigrants from North America and Europe, and they are able to succeed. They succeed in our countries in these PISA studies much better than people who come from low socioeconomic status countries. And this is clearly scientifically proved in Sweden. And I wanted to just say this to Veronica Honkasalo when it comes to the results of the PISA.
Tack för det.
Thank you very much. I think perhaps we do not need this group because we have all the answers to this question from the speakers. But I look forward to the work on this very important subject. I think there was a request for rejoinder. You have to come back to the rostrum. There is a rejoinder. No, actually, we do not have time for more rejoinders. We will move on to the vote now. I think the discussion will continue other forums, I think. So we will now vote over item 16.1 first, which is the contribution of culture and leisure to reducing the climate footprint of the everyday life. And we also have a reservation. So if you're in favor of the consideration, you push 1, reservation push 2, and you abstain by pushing 3.
Då startar omröstningen.
And we open the vote now. Go ahead and vote. Are you all ready? The vote is hereby closed. And we see that 36 is in favor, 20 against, no abstention. And this consideration is carried. That was 16.1. Let's move on to 16.2. That is consideration of members' proposal on joint Nordic regulation of tech giants. No reservation here. You vote 1 if you support this consideration, 2 if you don't, and 3 abstention. We open the vote now. Are you all ready? All set? The vote is closed. And we have 58 yes and no no's and no abstentions. So this means that the consideration is carried. And item 16.3 now, delegation proposal on the PISA survey. And we have here no reservations, so you vote 1 if you're in favor of the proposal, 2 if you don't, and 3 if you abstain. I open the vote. Go ahead and vote. Have you all voted? Yes, and the vote is hereby closed. We have 57 in favor, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. So we have this carried this proposal. And we will end this session now. We're a bit behind the schedule, which means that we will start up again at 12:30 with the next item. So you have a slightly shorter lunch break. So we'll meet again at 12:30.
Det är 2 minuter kvar tills vi kör igång.
2 minutes until we start again, and resume the proceedings. So I would recommend everyone to find their seats.
Här är det ordingen.
Okej. Jag ska ta det här bara i här.
Jag har min.
Så är vi klar.
Ja, precis.
Vi kommer lige
Någon som har du stopp din? Ja, har den här. 30,
jeg tænkte bare, hvis vi tager det her er fra, jeg husker ikke hvad, 8. og det der her. Jeg tror det her kan jeg, ja okay, tag det bare. Ja, med det her. Perfekt, ja, super. Og så ved jeg ikke, hvem ejer alt det der.
Ja, den här är min och den är
de
min.
andre er sådan. Det her er ikke min. Hej. Tak, tusind. Bare sådan lidt mere sådan clean. Okay, very good. Ja. Her har vi har nogle forhåndstilmeldinger her.
Vi kör hårt.
Minutter, og vi har en halv time. Så der.
Så där, nu är klockan.
Now it is 12:30 and it's time to resume the proceedings with agenda item 17. Growth and development in the Nordic region. Here we have 2 different proposals on the topic of simplifying and improving transport options also in periods of crisis, infrastructure in times of crisis, and we will discuss and then resolve jointly 17.1 first, the committee proposal on better and simpler transport options in the Nordic region. And I'd like to give the floor to the spokesperson for the committee on growth and development, Dr. Laros from the S Group. You have the floor. And once again, you can tell from the speakers list when it is your time, so I ask you to be at the ready so that you can quickly get up onto the podium once it is your time. You have 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to present this proposal to the Nordic Council, or what's left of it. This proposal has as its starting point the resolution from the Youth Council to strengthen the transport options as the strongest region in the world. We focus on the vision of being the world's most integrated region. And in order to meet the Prime Minister's vision to be the most sustainable integrated region, the Nordic governments need to work to expand the existing provisions into all parts of the Nordic region and to promote a more sustainable integrated Nordic region. We need to ensure that we have ticketing systems which are integrated and in common so that you can travel without a difficulty, and this should apply to all modes of transportation, by land, at sea, and in the air. As you know, there's a renaissance for the interrailing concept in Europe. Train travel is a good possibility, a sustainable way of experience your neighboring countries and regions, and a similar interrail card would be valuable and be reintroduced, as previously was the case in the Nordic region. We'd like it to cover all of the Nordic region and also apply not just on trains, but on ferries, boats, and buses in those regions where there is no railway network, so that it is a fully integrated ticketing system. More can benefit from public transport also when they travel on their holidays. This is very sustainable, of course, to be able to travel through the Nordic region and learn more about each other. Thank you very much. Thank you. There is no request for a rejoinder on this proposal, so we will proceed with the speakers list. We have Sandra Listerby from the M Group, Center Group.
President, Mittengruppen tackar Ungdomens Nordiska råd.
Thank you. The Center Group would like to thank the Youth Council for this proposal. The transport options are decisive for how our citizens choose to live, work, and experience everything that our countries have to offer. The Centre Group share the Youth Council's perception that we need to resolve big and small problems that are outstanding obstacles for more extensive travel options. So we are positive to the obstacles addressed and mentioned by the Council. We need in particular to be better at communicating with each other. So the Centre Group will always be in favor of a permanent Transport Ministers' Council at Nordic level. We need to have a better dialogue with each other when national transport plans are drawn up so that we can have more priority with border regions and avoid bottlenecks. The Centre Group has submitted a proposal on this, and it is being processed currently. And finally, we have a proposal on young people, which is now being managed and discussed in the Knowledge and Culture Committee. Being a student in one Nordic country should give you an entitlement to travel at reduced rates throughout the Nordic region. These are proposals that have many elements in common and is a good backing to this particular proposal. We would like to thank the Youth Council for this initiative for travellers throughout the Nordic region, and we look forward to the follow-up of this proposal. Thank you.
The interpreters do not give any audio feed. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. One of the topics we have discussed very much here in the Nordic Council is transport. We have times and again suggested that we have a Council of Ministers for Transport. Now that it's not possible to invest in transport like corresponding to the aspirations of the inhabitants, the Nordic Council has to do that. We want to improve the daily lives of the population and also improve the possibilities to travel between our countries. To develop the public transport is the only way we can offer transport for the masses in a sustainable way. It should be easy and seamless to travel between the Nordic countries. To introduce a Nordic Interrail card like the one that has been suggested will also contribute to a sustainable local tourism in our region. When we're talking about the infrastructure, we feel that this is very far away from normal people's daily world, but this is something that affects most of our inhabitants. Transport investments is creating Nordic benefits. It contributes also to freedom of movement, which is at the core of our Nordic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes to the Nordic Youth Council. Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, as the representative of the Youth Council, I'd like to thank the previous speakers who've given such clear support for our proposals. And just to illustrate why this is an important proposal, I'd like to tell you a story from my own life. A couple of years ago, my family went on a boat trip to the Swedish west coast. I suddenly had a couple of days to myself, and I decided to come along. And intuitively, I chose to take my father's car. And I drove, and I've wondered why it was so intuitive for me to go by car rather than going by public transport. But when I took out the national travel app in Norway, I realized that once I get to Grebbestad, there is absolutely no information. It does propose, however, that I could go to Grebbestad bus station in Sandefjord. But that would have made my bus trip very, very short because I went from Tønsberg, the neighbor municipality. I can also look for Grebbestad in Google, but I got the information, but I couldn't get information about how to buy the tickets, and I have no idea how many apps I needed to buy. I'm sure it would have been 3 or 4 apps before I had got all the tickets required. So therefore, I'm very pleased that the Growth and Culture Committee has received the proposal from the Youth Council, which is reflected in the debate here today, and that we can continue to work with this issue and have the Nordic governments address it so that we make it easier for people to travel on holidays, across borders, because if we want to make the Nordic region the most sustainable and integrated region toward 2030, we have to make it easier to go by public transport across country borders, also when traveling on your holidays. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have no further speakers who've requested the floor under this item, and that means that we conclude the debate on this item. And moving along to the members' proposal 17.2 on infrastructure for times of crisis. And here we have the spokesperson for the Growth and Development Committee, Kjell Arne Ottosson, who will go first. You have the floor.
Thank you. This membership proposal for infrastructure in times of crisis is very topical in the situation in the world today and is also in corresponding to the decision taken in Akureyri in Iceland 2018, which said that we should create the magical word Council of Ministers for Transport. That's what we talk about at every session. The objective here is to improve and obtain more efficient transport and communications cooperation between the Nordic countries. And we have to address also challenges connected to cross-border transport and infrastructure. Our committee, where I represent the presidency, have the last few years also focused on the transport area and the need for a Nordic Council of Ministers for Transport, and also the necessary of a coordination when we now see that all the Nordic countries are members of NATO. And the proposal is shedding light on the need for this Council of Ministers for Transport. In this case, we're talking about preparedness, cooperation, infrastructure coordination between the Nordic countries, physically and digitally in times of crisis. We don't have this formal Council of Ministers for Transport, despite our decision. We want to ask the transport minister how and when they are coordinating the preparedness when we are going to go from military infrastructure in times of crisis. Kim Aas, S Group, you have the floor. 2 minutes.
Tak for ordet.
Thank you. We're faced with, we are in a serious situation with potential crisis and the threat of military conflict. So we need to strengthen Nordic cooperation in security and preparedness, both militarily and in a civil context. With Sweden and Finland now in NATO, we have new opportunities to go more in depth in the cooperation. To meet the security threats, we need to ensure that harbors, ports, digital services, roads, etc., are well developed and secure. We need more coordination of transport and infrastructure. This is important both in peace times and in potential crisis situations. It is a good thing that we're now requiring the Nordic governments to keep working with these issues and give a presentation on how they propose to continue the work. The Social Democratic Group are in favor of this member's proposal. We will vote in favor, and at the same time, we are obviously of the opinion that a Nordic transport ministry cooperation, a council for transport ministers would be the best possible way to work with these issues in the longer term. Thank you. Thank you. Johan Dahl from the M Group. Center Group.
Ja, tak for det.
Thank you very much. We also agree with the other speakers that we live in a dangerous world and a dangerous time, and we also need to have both military and civilian preparedness. And we also see that with Sweden and Finland's membership in NATO, we have new possibility to coordinate our security measures. And we also ask for a study from the ministry to see whether this will strengthen our infrastructure for possible crisis situation. We also want to have a consideration on how you are going to meet this on political level. And when we're talking about this infrastructure, it's important that you don't only talk about the onshore measures, but also those who are not connected to land, like the Faroe Islands, Iceland, and other islands. How can you secure their infrastructure in times of crisis? Thank you. I now give the floor to Erling Eidestad, Nordic Green Left.
Ja, tack.
Thank you. We're living in a time where Nordic security is under more challenges than ever before, as the Swedish Prime Minister and Minister for Defense underlined earlier this year. The threat of war is a real threat, and we need to make preparations mentally and in practical terms for this situation. With Sweden and Finland now recently having acceded to NATO, new opportunities are opening up for more extensive cooperation on our joint security challenges. We can expand our shared infrastructure, not just physically, but like ports and railroads, but also in terms of energy, etc., to uphold our preparedness if a crisis should occur. On the basis of the Centre Group's proposal, the Committee for Growth and Development proposed that we ask for a presentation by the ministers on which infrastructure projects are most important and urgent, and if there is a need for additional investments. We'd also like to hear a report on how cooperation to develop joint Nordic civil infrastructure can be strengthened and be made more systematic, both at the level of technical development and authorities and political level. We would also prefer a Nordic Transport Ministers' Council so that we can better coordinate our efforts both in periods of crisis and in periods of peace. We would encourage a dialogue amongst transport ministers to ensure that our joint infrastructure can quickly be revamped should this be required in a crisis situation. Let us be united and ensure that the Nordic region is able to face the challenges now and for the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ann-Kristin from Nordic Freedom in Sweden. Thank you very much, President. I'm going to be very brief in my address. I just need to take the opportunity, however, to say that, like Kjell Arne, I'd like to underline the need for a Transport Ministers' Council. And I'll remind you again that the committee is making this proposal with everyone backing it. We haven't had the ministers joining us yet, not even the Swedish one, but perhaps with a new minister in place, we may possibly hope to have better support for this proposal. Infrastructure in periods of crisis is an important issue. We noticed this not least during the pandemic, wouldn't you agree? And unfortunately, we need to be prepared for and make preparations for further crises in our region. Nordic Freedom is in favor of this proposal. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I have no further speakers on the list. Do we consider the debate concluded on 17.2? Thank you. Before we proceed with the vote, I would like to thank all those who've taken the floor, that you've all kept to the speaking time, you've respected it, and it means that everyone has a chance to have a say. I think we all appreciate that. And now we're going to proceed with the votes. And first, we have the two proposals under 17. The first is about strengthening the transport options. There's no recommendation. If you're in favor, you vote yes to this proposal. If you're against, you vote no, or you can choose to abstain when you vote. That's the yellow color option. Vote is open, I hope. Is everyone able to vote? Vote is closed. Thank you. And here's the outcome. 57 in favor, no one against, and no votes abstained. So this is adopted. Members' proposal on infrastructure for times of crisis. We have no reservation here either. So the same goes. Green is in favor, red against, and you can also abstain from voting. Same procedure here. Vote is open. Please vote now.
Alla klara?
Everyone has voted. The vote is closed. 57 in favor, no one against, and no abstentions. This is adopted as well. And now I'm going to close item 17 on growth and development, and I'm going to hand over the chair's gavel to the President of the Nordic Council, Bryndis. Welcome.
Bare en praktisk information.
Just practical information. We found a mobile phone. We don't know who owns this, but if someone of you is missing your mobile phone, you can pick it up in SMIA, the other building here.
So we have all kinds of weather here in Iceland, and now we just started the snow, so you could also see that before you leave. Så vi går nu videre over til punkt nummer.
Let's move on to item 18, election 2025. We have first item 18.1, election of president and vice president of the Nordic Council. 18.2, election of chairs and vice chairs of the Nordic Council committees and control committee. 18.3, election of members of the Nordic Council Presidium, committees and commissions. And 18.4, election to the board of the Nordic Culture Fund. Let's first present the proposal of the election committee, which is the following proposal. Spokesperson here.
Thank you, Madam President. We're drawing to a close this 76th session of the Nordic Council here in Reykjavik, and as per tradition, we're going to elect the Presidium, the President and Vice President for the next coming year. And I'm particularly pleased in the sense that the Swedish Presidium and the leadership will be shouldered by the Swedish Presidency now. And we also will elect chairs and vice chairs to the committees and the control committee and members of the Nordic Council Presidium, committees and commissions. And finally, we will also elect the members of the board of the Nordic Culture Fund for the next 2 years. The nominations committee has decided in its meeting that on the basis of the nominations from the Swedish committee, we're proposing Helene Björklund as president and Maria Stockhaus as vice president of the Nordic Council 2025. And the remainder of the proposals can be found under agenda item 18.2, 3, and 4 in all the details required for the nominations.
Any requests to take the floor? No? So we will start with the election of the President and Vice President of the Nordic Council. The nomination committee is Helene Björklund as President for 2025. Can you approve this? Yeah, great.
Helene Björklund med det valt som Nordisk råd.
Helene Björklund has been elected President of the Nordic Council for 2025. We wish you all well. Okay, we now have a proposal for Vice President Maria Stockhaus 2025 Sweden. Can you also approve this nomination for this election? Maria Stocker is elected Vice President for the Nordic Council 2025. Good. Congratulations. We will now move on to the election of chairs and vice chairs of the Nordic Council committees and the Control Committee. I will ask if you can approve all the proposals for these posts from the nomination committee collectively. So we hereby approve the proposal from the nominations committee. Congratulations. Election of members of Nordic Council Presidium, committees and commission. And to do this very simply, I ask if you can approve all the proposals from the nomination committees for the Nordic Council Presidium, committees and commissions. Yes, this is hereby carried. Thank you, and good luck. And last item here is the election of the board of the Nordic Culture Fund. Can the plenary assembly approve the proposals from the nominations committee for the board of the Nordic Culture Fund? This is approved, and I wish you good luck with the work. Thank you. I want to wish you good luck with the work you're going to do in 2025, and this concludes the item 18 on the agenda. And now I will move on to next item on the agenda for this year's session, which is the Swedish Presidency's program for 2025. You will find this on norden.org as document 19. And it's a great pleasure for me to give the floor now to the newly elected president for 2025 from Sweden, President of the Nordic Council, Helena Sjölund. She will present the program for the Swedish presidency for next year. You have the floor, Helena.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I would like to, first of all, thank you for you hosting us here in Iceland with excellent days, excellent debates and discussions, but not least very pleasant, friendly discussions, and in a very well-organized event. So on behalf of the entire Nordic Council, thank you so much for these days. And Maria Stockhouse and I would like to thank you for the confidence you've shown in us by electing us, and we very much look forward to working together with you and continue to build this unique Nordic cooperation of ours. It's somewhat early yet to say thank you to Bryndis and Odni, but a little bit ahead of schedule, I would nevertheless like to thank you very much for all the work and your contributions during the year. You have led your presidency very honorably indeed, and you've made excellent contributions. And Maria and I will take heart and try and achieve at least as much as you have achieved. Now, I'm going to present the Swedish presidency program to you, and our heading is Nordic Region Together, Nordic Values and Cohesion in Turbulent Times. We want to focus on areas where you can make particular contributions. There is no room in a program like this to outline absolutely everything in every detail in terms of the activities during the course of the year, but we've tried. And in our Swedish delegation, we have 8 different parties represented. Every single one has a lot of comments, contributions. We couldn't agree on all the elements. However, we were entirely in agreement that the Nordic Council over the course of the next coming year will focus on core activities. And in accordance with our mandate from the electorate, we will focus on Nordic value and benefit for the people in the Nordic region, their everyday life, and in different ways strengthening our sense of community. We want to prioritize freedom of movement, cooperation across borders, because those are our founding elements. People should get real assistance in matters where countries can achieve more working together than if they act individually. And to say, as we usually going from a word to deed. And we need to prioritize to do so. An integrated Nordic region. Our Swedish delegation would like the work to eliminate border obstacles be a focus area. It should be a central point. It needs to be accelerated and put at the very top of our agenda, not only in the Freedom of Movement Council group, but in all parts of activities. We want to eliminate border obstacles so the people of the Nordic region can contribute to cross-border growth and development and the green transition across borders. With a stronger cross-border cooperation around Nordic infrastructure and transport issues, we can focus both on green transition. It improves and strengthens our security and enhances mobility in the region. We also want to work with national support. The Nordic issues are also, of course, national issues. If we want things to happen, all of the areas where we make decisions, where we resolve, need to be followed up upon by the respective parliaments. In the Helsinki Agreement, we already have the tools available. Let's use them. The Nordic issues must gain support and traction, and that requires that we work with them at national level. It's not enough to meet here and jointly agree on what should be done by the respective governments. We need to also ensure that it gets done. And then we have the matter of cohesion. We live in troubled times. Cohesion and cooperation are more crucial than ever. The Nordic countries need to work together to strengthen international relations between our peoples even further so that we can work together to solve social challenges and stick together in times of crisis as well, to work for a stronger bond between our countries and a closer cooperation with the Baltic states as well. The Baltic Sea is important to the Nordic region, both for trade, climate and security policy reasons. The Council needs to promote cooperation with all the countries around the Baltic Sea and the Arctic and Europe, of course, and continue, needless to say, to support Ukraine, as well as the democratic opposition in Belarus. Friends, look around you in this room. Here we have our unique network. Let's safeguard it. We need to value it. We know who we can call when we need to take a step forward on any given matter. We have proximity in spite of the geographic spread. It goes for members of the Nordic Council and civil servants. We have a strong sense of community. Sometimes it's challenged, sometimes new obstacles to freedom of movement occurs, but we can resolve this together. And it also makes sense that we sometimes disagree on, or we agree on the fact that we disagree, and you need different perspectives now more than ever. This is why we need all 8 of our countries. The entire Nordic region is needed. We all contribute, we are similar and we are different, and in turbulent times it is particularly important to bear in mind that we need to stay safe together. And I'll close here. Thank you once again for the confidence shown in us and myself and Maria and the Swedish delegation. Very much look forward to working with you over the course of the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very good for this excellent presentation. We're looking forward to a very interesting and active year under the Swedish presidency. Any requests for the floor or for a rejoinder? No, that does not seem to be the case. So we will now close item 19 on the agenda. Dear colleagues, dear friends, we now arrive at the very last item on the agenda, the closure of this year's session, and also the time and venue for next year's session. The Swedish delegation to the Nordic Council proposes that next year's ordinary session, the 77th, shall take place in Stockholm in the week 44 in 2025. Can the plenary assembly approve this? The answer is yes. So we'll see you in Stockholm. But now I will perhaps go to the rostrum, and I will speak in Icelandic to close this session. Dear friends, we have now arrived to the last point on the agenda. It's been a very memorable session, both for me and for Odni. over the last year and also during this session, and I hope it's also been a memorable session for you. The word of Zelensky must have been perhaps the highlight in the history of the Nordic Council. I hope that his visit and his words will inspire us to continue our support to Ukraine. It was also a great pleasure for us to welcome Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya here, and her speech during the session was captivating and very personal, and she touched upon very many things in her speech that we need to follow up. Yesterday, the Presidium and foreign guests were invited to a seminar on Belarus, where our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Thordis Kolbrand, took part. It was the first time this year that we welcomed the Speaker of the Ireland Parliament, Shin O'Fergal. I would like to thank all Prime Ministers, Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation for their participation, and also other representatives and guests. I will also congratulate the prize laureates of the Nordic Council and thank them for coming here and taking part in the events in connection with the session. This really extends our horizon to listen to these artists that have received the prize from the Nordic Council. The Nordic Youth Council have the last few years found its way into the party groups and end up as recommendations to the session. And I think that the work that they are doing, these young persons, are becoming more and more important each year. It's going to be very interesting to follow them up and see what happens in the future. Perhaps we will see them also here in this forum. I would also like to thank the President of Iceland, Halla Tómasdóttir, for the reception at Bessastad there. And she also visited the Nordic Youth Council. We had 600 persons registered for this session. And this includes a lot of different guests to the meetings, and not to forget the great number of police officers that secured the premises here. We have listened to 300 speeches, answers, and rejoinders. So this is a very large effort that has been made here. The revision of the Helsinki Treaty was a very important debate. That's what I said. And we have discussed this throughout the year. And as President and Vice President, we have to say perhaps this is the issue that we spent most time trying to solve. And I'm very proud, happy, and content that we have now succeeded in discussing this proposal with consensus. It sends a strong message to our governments and where we ask them to start the revision of this treaty. It is all about defense, security, and also climate. So we also have countries like the Faroe Islands, Greenland, and Åland. They are the member of our family. We've heard their voices. We've always also heard the position of Denmark, and we trust that they will find a good solution in order to include all of us in this treaty so that we can be content with their position here. It's been very important to have two Greenlandic representatives here during the session. But I have missed the ministers. It's important that all voices are heard in Nordic Council, especially when we talk about the future of the Nordic Council. It's very important, especially in connection with the Arctic. I would also like to thank the staff of the Althing. I know they have done a lot in order to organize this session for us. I also would like to thank Kristina Haukos at Nordic Council and her team. She has also contributed with a lot of work these last few days. I'll also say thank you to our interpreters. Thanks you for communicating our thoughts, and I will also thank the communication services for all they've done. We have so much in common. We have common values that our societies build on. We see that we do very well. We are strong societies and communities, and we have to protect this strength and this cohesion. And we all play an important part in this. I'm very optimistic when it comes to the Nordic cooperation. I'm also very sure that our values have a future. I think that we will be a stronger and more united family thanks to this. It's been a great pleasure to work as the president of the Nordic Council the past year, and I have used the experience of our vice president, Oddny Gerhardadottir, and we will go to the election booth soon, so I don't know if I will be amongst you in the future, but Oddny will not be a candidate for the Althing again. So I will take this opportunity, Oddny, to say a great thank you for the good cooperation we've had. She has had a very broad experience from the Nordic cooperation, so I had to rely a lot of her many times during this year. So, dear Oddny, I would like to say thank you. Thank you so much for the cooperation.
Ég veit ekki hvort hún hérna.
I don't know if she's going to miss her in her work in the parliament, but she has at least said that she will miss the Nordic Council and all the friends she has made during her period here. Thank you all colleagues and parliamentarians in the Nordic Council. We have very good things that we can as a stepping stone for debates in our parliaments. We've had a clear message from Zelensky. We also have a clear message from Svetlana. And we have all the resolutions we have adopted here. And we have to use our voice in order to communicate these messages. Thank you very much for instructive discussions. I hope that I will see you all next year in Stockholm. And I hereby declare that this session of the Nordic Council is closed.